he just has lost his fire and desire for it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He used to be the most elusive fighter that's ever. The first style bender.
The first round,
like he fought like an anime fight. Like he was all like head movement like crazy. Now he goes against Joe Pyfer and it's like, I'm gonna put my face in front of the giant punch.
I know he kind of loses his interest in a weird way. I don't know. It's just
he won the first round. Like, all his losses, he comes out, wins the first round.
It's great.
And then he just abandoned the leg kick.
Yep.
Abandoned it.
Yeah.
Because Joe was hobbling on that lead foot. And then he went, all right, and now I'm going to let you punch me as hard as you can in the face and then test my wrestling. This is crazy.
Yeah.
That's not the same guy that fought, like, Gastelum and all those.
But how could it be? He has over 100 fights.
I think that's right.
Like, eventually your light did.
He also had almost a better reason to be more elusive because, like...
But he did the impossible when he beat Pereira when he came back. I mean, it's so incredible. I think everything's downhill from there anyway. And it's like, how much more can you go for when you've been fighting that long?
You know what would have been smart? Go out on the Pereira fight.
Yeah.
End it there.
Of course. But, you get drawn back in. There's money. There's a lot.
Well, I guess it's probably his contract, right? Probably like, fuck.
He was beating DDP all the way to the 5th round then.
Doing well.
I mean, looking great. And then just kind of was like, huh?
DDP has Toon Force. It's like a Looney Tunes character. Like, he fucking... His plot armor. It's like he's the main character. Like, the fact that it just doesn't work against Hamza.
No, jeez. No, Hamzat's gonna hold you down. He's gonna take you down. Did
you see anything new when he came in here?
Buddy, I'm notoriously what's the word? Clueless about that stuff.
You didn't see Chin get a new truck down there?
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah.
I parked behind him. I punched at the windows. I tested the side.
He did. He was like just...
had to make sure it wasn't a kid. Had to make sure it was real.
I'll go as far as say the coolest truck I've ever seen.
Dude. I caught Brandon. He didn't see this. I caught him quietly. He was going like this with his hand, and then his other hand was touching his genitals.
Yeah. I was like, hey, interior is fucking big. I'll give you that. I told you. It's like people talk about it, they're like, oh,
there's that airplane handle, though. I hate that.
That's the one thing I don't like. I don't like that. That's the only thing I don't like. I think you can, but it's still so like sensitive, or I don't know.
You got to do black matte wrapping on that, so it looks like Ben Affleck's
Nick likes black matte. I said my favorite top tier is the black matte and also the glossy black. If you see the glossy black, it looks glossy black.
Every time you get in that car, you're gonna be in a good mood.
I'm already in a better mood.
Yeah.
You seem like it.
Get in there, you're like, you just feel good.
Exactly.
Now you're gonna start.
Now just wait. You a new car and we're cooking, dude. Who? You. If this ups the morale of the show, Chin's feeling good.
I like my little gay Tesla, but I should get something different. Chin, now we're gonna get you lifting weights. We'll get you doing a little lifting weights, uplifting.
I know it's the black matte and also the glossy black. If you see the glossy black, it looks glossy black.
Chin, every time you get in there. Car, you're gonna be in a good mood.
I'm already in a better mood.
Yeah.
You seem like it.
Get in there, you're like, you just feel good.
Exactly.
Now you're gonna start.
Now just wait. You a new car and we're cooking, dude.
Who? You.
If this ups the morale of the show, Chin.
Loses his interest in a weird way. I don't know. It's just
he won the first round. Like, all his losses, he comes out, wins the first round.
It's great.
And then he just abandoned the leg kick.
Yep.
Abandoned it.
Yeah.
Because Joe was hobbling on that lead foot. And then he went, all right, and now I'm going to let you punch me as hard as you can in the face and then test my wrestling. This is crazy.
Yeah.
That's not the same guy that fought, like, Gastelum and all those.
But how could it be? He has over 100 fights.
I think that's right.
Like, eventually your light did.
He also had almost a better reason to be more elusive because, like...
But he did the impossible when he beat Pereira when he came back. I mean, it's so incredible. I think everything's downhill from there anyway. And it's like, how much more can you go for when you've been fighting that long?
You know what would have been smart? Go out on the Pereira fight.
Yeah,
end it there.
Of course. But you know, you get drawn back in. There's money. There's a lot.
Well, I guess it's probably his contract, right? Probably like fuck.
He was beating DDP all the way to the 5th round, man.
He's doing well.
I mean, looking great. And then just kind of was like, huh?
DDP has Toon Force. He's like a Looney Tunes character. Like he fucking has plot armor. It's like he's the main character. Like the fact that it just doesn't work against Hamza.
No, jeez. No, Hamzat's gonna hold you down. He's gonna take you down.
Did you see anything new when you came in here?
Buddy, I'm notoriously what's the word? Clueless about that stuff.
You did see Chin get a new truck down there?
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah.
I parked behind it.
Chin got a...
I punched at the windows. I tested the side.
He did. He was like just...
I
had to make sure it wasn't a kid. Had to make sure it was real.
I'll go as far as say the coolest truck I've ever seen.
Dude, I caught Brandon. He didn't see this. I caught him quietly. He was going like this with his hand, and then his other hand was touching his genitals.
Yeah.
I was like, hey,
the
dude.
interior is fucking big. I'll give you that. I told you.
It's like a
people
movie
talk
theater.
about they're like,
There's not that airplane handle, though. I hate that.
that's the one thing I don't like.
I don't like that.
That's the only thing I don't like. I think you can, but it's still so like sensitive, or I don't know.
You got to do black matte wrapping on that, so it looks like Ben Affleck's
Nick likes
Batmobile.
Nick likes black matte. I said my favorite top tier is the black matte and also the glossy black. If you see the glossy black, it looks glossy black.
Chin, every time you get in that car, you're gonna be in a good mood.
I'm already in a better mood.
Yeah.
You seem like it.
You get in there and you're like,
God.
you know, you just feel good.
Exactly.
Now you're gonna start
Now just wait. G a new car and we're cooking, dude.
Who?
You.
I get a good car.
If this ups the morale of the show, Chin's feeling good.
I like my little gay Tesla, but I should get something different. Chin, now we're gonna get you lifting weights. We'll get you doing a little lifting weights, uplifting.
Ryan always says I don't lift weights.
No. We need a formal weight program so that you're jacked. You walk in with a straight back, a broad.
Do you go to the gym, Chin?
No.
I have a home member. I have like both flexes and dumbbells.
Right.
What?
Listen to me right now. This is gonna
Here we go again. Yeah.
I want you to get into a program. I want you going to a gym. I don't know how you're going to do it, but you get into there where you're doing something and you're actually lifting weights, but you feel like you're really working out.
You're around other people.
Yeah, so that when you go to the gym, you're like, fuck, man.
You know who's at gyms? Girls. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what you need?
Yeah.
Shit.
But also you need a program. You need like where you go and you don't have an excuse. You got to show up with people and you're like, fuck, I'm a little nervous because it's going to be hard.
I don't know if you need a program, but that's a little too much. But you could just go in there. There's some chicks, and then they see you going to Cybertruck, buddy.
Yeah.
Dick suck.
No, here's the thing. But you have somebody who makes you do it though and pushes you that extra bit because you won't do it.
And then they see you going to Cybertruck, buddy.
Yeah.
Dick suck.
No, here's the thing. But you have somebody who makes you do it though and pushes you that extra bit because you won't do it yourself.
Right. Here's the thing. That's where you're wrong. I'm already 48 years old. I know exactly what I like to do. When I wake up in the morning, I don't want to put on, go take a shower, or even not a shower. Just put on clothes, get ready, drive to the gym, and all this stuff. I like, I can just go right into my upstairs and work out. And it's just like that. And I'll get way more
upstairs, Jim.
I have a Bowflex system. It goes up to 52 per dumbbell, 19.5. Yeah. I know, that's a lot, dude.
But you're not going to do it.
Jack dudes up there to motivate you.
I have an iPad and I just look at Jack dudes all day.
And you're not going to do it. Get in there.
I do it. But I'll say this. Since I moved to Texas, I haven't done it. I'll be honest about that.
I know.
But I normally do it.
I'm aware of that.
I normally do it.
Get in a car, drive to the fucking gym, man up, and work out. Now you got that truck. Now get your body to match the truck.
Or at least go upstairs and work out, because he's not even doing that right now.
He's not going
so far.
You got these two guys who know everything about working out. Just let's go.
They're overkill on that.
No, they're not overkill. I promise that.
I'm just saying, they're just too buff.
But what'll happen is you'll just do something every day, no matter what. Like,
here's like a bumper.
I did that fucking arrow.
That's hard, man.
Dude, that makes me, every time I look at it, I'm like, it's like a cold plunge for me. I'm like, I'm going to go through some serious pain. But
What's your reasoning for using it?
I only do like 10 minutes, but like what Dorian Yates said, I go hard. And I try to keep, like, I'll do 10 minutes. I did 10 minutes yesterday. I kept it at above 60.
Well, I'm doing it for heart health,
motherfucker.
basically.
It's both an aerobic, like it's a great warm up. Like I'll do that before I do jiu-jitsu or before I close.
You're not a cold
Fuck that,
guy, right?
Fuck cold plunges. Fuck all that. I don't do any of that.
You don't do anything to make your life harder at the beginning.
The last time I did that, I was at Tim Kennedy's place, and he's got the swirling one, and they had me in there, and my wife thought I was gonna die because my face went gray. I was in shock. She goes, "You gotta get out of it." But I stayed for 3 minutes because I had to. It was the worst.
I just don't like people when they say I want to start my day hard. I'm like, it's already hard.
Yeah.
Why do you get a hand to it?
Also, I don't need that hard. I'll work out hard, but I do that.
I want to be that successful where I need to make my life hard at the beginning of the day.
It's very privileged thing.
Like, I get just, like, you want to start hard, enjoy my bills. You know what I mean?
I just like being in shape. I like working out. I like feeling.
But then it's also such a privileged thing where you're like, you guys want to start your day hard, get a cold plunge. Bring up how much those devices cost. Let me just drop $6,000.
Isn't that much for one?
Yeah, but they also did a lot. They also did a lot of studies on like if you do that every day, it's not necessarily good for you. They're shocking your body. It's not that. Apparently the science is like, well, hold on. You know, you're actually straining your heart sometimes. And I know people are going to kill me for saying that, but
these are pretty doable. Yeah, but you need your whole body in there.
Yeah, but you're like, that's $4,000 for a cold plunge.
I think that's for food, Jim. That's like a pod.
No, the ones that are actually that run themselves are really expensive.
Yeah, they're very expensive. Oh, there you go. Just get that one.
$30,000.
$30,000. Or I'll buy a car to the ACO.
It's the river mode.
I bet that thing's so lit, though.
Yeah, you get in there, and the reason that they have it moving like that is you're going to flee.
There's never been a day where I started and I went, if only this was harder.
Yeah, dude. Put out enough fires.
Look at my income to my bills. I don't need a cold plunge.
That's right.
I'm good.
That's right. You're building something, you know.
I'm good.
Excited for your new show to come out, Bubba?
No, we're coming out soon. I'll put out the official date once we...
What's the name of it?
No Leg Day.
That's great. Guys, I want to talk to you about stash. All right, look, investing, if you don't know how to invest, is so intimidating. You know, none of us have time if you're living your life to really understand the market, right? Well, guess what? Okay? You don't have to know that much. What you want to do is find yourself into a smart portfolio, something that makes sense, something that's conservative. That's where Stash comes in. It just isn't just another investing app. It's a registered investment advisor that combines automated investing with expert personalized guidance, so you don't have to worry about gambling or figuring it out on your own. Okay? Because there's so many people out there that are going to steer you wrong with quick, rich schemes and things like that. That's the last thing you want. All right? So you've got, with Stash, it's simple, smart, stress-free. You choose from personalized investments. Let Stash's award-winning smart portfolio do the work for you, or pick a combo of both. Stash is there to guide you every step of the way. All right? So don't let your money sit around. Put it to work with Stash. Go to get.stash.com/fighter. Let's say it again. Go to get.stash.com/fighter. See how you can receive $25 towards your first stock purchase and a few important disclosures. That's get.stash.com/fighter. Get.stash.com/fighter. Paid non-client endorsement, not a guarantee nor representative of all clients. Smart portfolios, discretionary managed accounts, and subject to additional fees. See the advisor agreement and deposit account agreement for details. Investment advisory services offered by Stash Investment LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Investing involves risk.
Do you guys do any of that?
We haven't yet.
No, if you can.
I feel like if we're gonna do legs, we gotta get like a guy, like a complex, like
Ronnie,
a guy who's known for legs,
yeah.
just to put us through it.
That'd be fun. We'd only do one episode.
Yeah.
You know, you do 2 legs, though, right?
Yeah. They're like taxes. I have to do them.
Yeah.
I don't want to do
You
them,
hate them.
but I have to do them. Yeah.
It's because they're not fun.
No.
Isn't that the most important thing, though?
It is.
Yeah.
That's what it's taxes. Like, you have to do it.
Yeah, otherwise you go.
But you try and find out a reason not to do it.
Yeah.
It sucks.
Just do the, I guess, what squat.
Did you get any buffalo wings in Buffalo?
No.
You're not that guy.
Because I don't think there's any difference.
There's some fire ones out there, but there's some shitty ones too.
Actually, I'll be honest, Buffalo is not a place I would go for. It's culinary.
We got a Buffalo with the invented.
Yeah, but I went to, it's like, it's Buffalo. Giant portions.
Are they people up there?
The answer to that question, sir, is yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know if I ever said this before. I remember, like, I've only lived in New York, Los Angeles, Miami, Austin.
Jesus,
so like, I've only been around fit people, so I never understood the stereotype that Americans are fat until we first started going on the road. And we went to Midwest. We went to Omaha, and I went, yeah. We're hiding them in the middle.
Yeah.
Oh, bro. Yeah.
Our body, America's shaped like an American. Like, it's all, we store all the fat in the middle, and the limbs are fun.
Yeah. The way Americans eat primarily is a form of madness. Like, the one thing about JFK and the Maha movement is like, RFK. Like, you may disagree with a lot of things and stuff, but at the end of the day, the essence of eating well and practicing preventative medicine, staying in shape, that's the message. And we would do a lot. I remember this woman who worked at a pharmaceutical company she was responsible for she ran the division that was responsible for a certain diabetes medication, right? And she said, we would probably sell 90% less of this drug if people just walked after they ate. If they took a 20-minute walk. She said, the science is there. She said, the science says if you just take a 20-minute walk after a meal, like at night, you would probably need, you wouldn't even need some medication. Well, fucking crazy.
Because I don't know if you watched it. Did you ever see the channel on YouTube, Jubilee? It's like they do like the Charlie Kirk did it where he argued with like 30 liberals.
Oh, yeah.
So they had Jillian Michaels argue with a bunch of body positivity movement people. And I didn't realize till she said it. Our country, 74% overweight.
Oh, yeah.
74%. We're at 40% obese.
Walk through the fucking airports. I mean, I do it all day.
And it was so funny them trying to argue because everything she said, she just brought straight facts. So they had to just argue about their feelings. Like one girl's like, you can't use the word obese. You have to use fat body.
No.
You know what's crazy? She like, if I was fat, you called me fat bodied, I'd be so insulted.
Yeah, but they're so that's
fat body.
Right. I don't identify as.
That's all I'll do because Ozempic is so prevalent now.
Yeah.
So all those fat, like the face of the fat Roman, they're all skinny now.
Retatrutide is going to be the real drug. Apparently, Eli Lilly is closing in on that patent. It's going to be, they say, $1 trillion drug.
They better not fucking raise the prices.
Oh, they will.
It's so cheap in the gray market.
Yeah.
The gray market.
Yeah.
Gray market, baby. Her debating all them was just so funny because it was just them coming at. They never argued any of her points. They would just argue how, again, they would be like, well, it's different for me because I'm an immigrant, and it's like, what is that?
But they argue vibes.
Yes.
They're not arguing the actual
emotions.
Yeah.
It's vibes.
And she was just saying, like, I'm sure this stems from something. They're like, no, this is my body, and I'm okay. It's like,
there's nothing that drives me more crazy than that, actually. There's nothing that drives me more crazy than putting your emotions first over facts. And I see it all the fucking time. And I see it especially from that quadrant of the world. Of just the strange left college thing about my lived experience. You're always like, I know, but you can say whatever you want. There are certain cultures that don't do things as well as other cultures in the 21st century. Okay, so if you put education, frugality, and discipline at the forefront, and family structure, you're gonna win. Sorry, I don't care what color you are or whatever. If you don't,
the fat thing is different. The fat thing's the one different thing because I I actually think that it's almost child abuse when you let your kids get more like. Remember that time I forget where we were on tour, but you actually got sad at how fat that kid was outside of Bass Pro Shop because the parents were so fat and the kid was morbidly obese. He had to be like 400 pounds,
Yeah, I
maybe
get so
10 years
sad
old.
at that.
And I was like, that's abuse because the kid doesn't know. He doesn't know. He just fed whatever he's fed.
Yeah.
And I remember seeing that and it made me sad because I'm like, this kid's gonna be ruined for life now.
Well, you know how much those kids have to eat? Because kids burn so many calories.
This kid's not burning. No.
They develop insulin resistance by the time they're 9 years old. Like they'll eat so much sugar by the time they're 9 that their pancreas gives up. They become diabetic. There are entire swaths. They were talking about this in Spanish Harlem. Literally, like they were talking about how kids by the time they were 15 all become diabetic. And when they were eating salad, they're like, "What are you, a rabbit?" There was all this cultural thing. They eat just a lot of food, and it's like, well, no, that's bad for you. Okay, and it became almost normal for everyone to be obese in certain quadrants of lower income,
Back when you were a kid, there's probably no fat people. Like there's probably such a rarity to see an actual fat person.
I wish I could say that, but actually, when I was 21, I went to Wyoming. I cried. I drove across the country with my friends. I could not believe. I was in Wyoming. I was in Montana. I couldn't believe how fat people were.
Really?
I mean, my girlfriend was like, "You gotta stop," because I'd be like, "What the fuck?" It was crazy. What, these hot springs? And when I say obese, it was before people were talking about carbs. They didn't know. So this is what, 1990, fucking 1989, 90.
Yeah.
God, it's so long ago.
I was born that year.
I know. When you were born, and I was 21 or 22, and we were at these hot springs. I've never seen. When I say everyone, except for me and my friends, were fat. Everybody.
I would honestly say,
And I mean, not fat. I'm talking about obese.
when people say if you could be king for a day, what would you do to make the population safer, make them better? I say it would have to be mandatory to learn the laws of thermodynamics in school. Like you should have to learn what a calorie is, how to count calories.
But they didn't know back then.
Count calories. Like to me, it's weird when people they're like, oh, it's a sickness to count calories. I'm like, it's actually sicker to just be
Remember, it's also an agenda, like with fast food and all the toxins they put in the food.
Well, you guys grew up with
So she brought up in that.
But you guys grew up with the concepts of slow carb, low carb. We didn't have that. And so when I went to Wyoming, my girl had grown up in Kansas. And I was overseas most of my life. And then I was in New York, so I never saw that kind of fatness, right? And so I was in Wyoming and I went, what the fuck? And she goes, oh, no. Wait, you'll see. And then it was just one person after another.
Sure, but the thing about carbs, that whole craze is crazy to me because it doesn't matter whether or not you're taking carbs, whether or not you're taking protein, whether you're taking fat. If you take in more calories than your body is burning, it doesn't matter what macronutrient you're taking in. Sure, you'll have maybe a different energy levels if you're taking in carbohydrates over protein. If you're only eating protein and fat and no carbs, your brain needs glucose. Like, it's going to help you just perform better, but you still will be less fat.
As you get older, like as I get older now, this is the first time in my life, if I eat pasta every day for 3 days, I'll get a belly.
Really?
Yeah. If I eat bread and pasta every day, so I don't eat any carbs until the nighttime.
You don't eat them before you work out?
No, man. You should. I live on protein and fats mostly, and then later on.
You need carbs before you work out.
You're doing it backwards.
No. So I just was listening to these guys, these exercise scientists, and they were like, as you get older, if you're older and you're getting belly fat or something, they say just eat carbs. I do really well with carbs at night. Like I sleep better and everything else. I can't do the protein and fat at night.
So the science behind that, the word hydrate in carbohydrate is water.
Yeah.
So it's not fat that you're putting on, it's excess water retention. So it's not actually.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's why the word hydrate isn't carbohydrate.
But it doesn't go carbohydrates spike your insulin, and then
it can. But it depends.
I'll eat carbs before I work out sometimes in the morning.
Yeah.
Because I have more energy. But last night I don't eat. I just have coffee.
But it will give you the energy to get through the workout. So that's your body's going to feed off. Your body's going to have a hard time using fats as energy.
Right, because you want glucose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And also, proteins and fats are just more satiating. So if you eat protein and fat at nighttime, you'll stay fuller longer.
It's weird. I know it's so much better. Yeah. So I do great with fat and protein all through the day, and then at night I can have a big bowl of pasta or whatever. I sleep like a baby.
Really?
I eat a steak. Fucked.
Jane, how'd you get so chubby when you were a kid? Please, let's make this fun. How'd you get chubby? My parents didn't know. They thought they were just making me happy. So they just giving you fast food all whenever you wanted. They were trying to buy my mom always tells me a story. They tried to buy a Coke machine, like a soda fountain for home, to make us happy. Thankfully, they didn't do that. Your mom, did they make it happen? No. So expensive. Yeah. Dude, when I was in high school, I was drinking Slim Fast. You remember Slim Fast?
Oh yeah.
I had to cover it in foil and stuff. It wasn't shit. It does nothing.
I could always tell if someone was fat at some point. Me and you talked about this on my show, where you could tell if someone was chubby when they were younger by this. If they go this.
Always.
There's a shirt pull.
Yeah.
They were fat at
They
some
give
point.
cancer patients Ensure. You ever see that shit?
Yeah.
It's in the, you can buy it in the drugstore.
Yeah.
It's a can. Fuck off.
But Jim, were you active as a kid, or you were just eating? Just regular. I did skateboarding and played with my friends. I didn't do any not like you guys where I play sports.
It's not your moving. Like, I let Tiger one night a week have fast food. Like, he had a game yesterday. They were out there forever. They won the championship. And first thing he says, Dad, Pete Terry's. I'm like, hell yeah.
Are you a Pete Terry's guy?
Yeah, big time.
Over In and Out?
All day.
Really? Pete Terry?
All day, yeah.
Over In and Out's crazy.
You know, Zerga out here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In and Out here. That's what I would.
Yeah,
Where?
On South Lamar.
No shit.
Yeah.
It's a little far.
Man, my thing is
Yeah,
Taco
it's
Deli. Do you like that? Yeah, it's the best thing. It's homemade. It's cooked there. Fuck,
You like that? Oh, okay.
Best.
Both of them are right near my girl's house. And
You don't like it.
I think it's okay.
Taco Deli?
I've been going to there's a place called Cilantro, and it's Korean, but it's like Chipotle but Korean, and it's fucking
Oh, I love that
banging.
place. I love. How about Bebop?
on there.
Yeah, same thing. Oh, that shit is.
I just get the Korean steak with rice.
Kava. How good is Kava?
Dude, when I used to live in the city and I used to live around the corner, I would go there just for the pita chips.
Yeah. Kava's. I never had
$4.
Cilantro.
$4?
They don't fuck around.
Never. That's a bad. You're not even eating them. $4.
By the way, that's a thing. How old is that going?
No, that's a deal. That's a regular. Like you're usually spending like $12 a bowl.
No, gotcha.
Yeah.
Rice and beans if you're in a pinch.
Rice and beans.
Yeah. They always say that's a poor man's
When I
protein.
first started doing stand-up, that's how broke I was. I was eating bean salads.
Yeah.
You do not have a sick physique for eating bean
Devin
salad.
Lamad, the arm wrestler, he was in that Tier 1 unit, Canadian Tier 1, did like the Delta Force. 7 combat tours in Afghanistan, shot twice. Nobody knows that about him, never talks about it.
Mm-hmm.
He said when he finally got out of the Special Forces, after 16 years, he was living on apples and sardines. He was a world champion arm wrestler. And it's like, I'm just going to keep following this.
Days to go.
Yeah, for a year he ate apples and sardines. That was it. That's all they could afford.
Bad diet.
No, that's pretty good.
I wish I liked fish. I feel like I'm
You don't
missing
like
out.
fish?
I hate all seafood.
No.
I had a weird experience as a child with seafood, and then ever since then, so I guess my parents were broke, and we were eating. My mom gave me fish sticks, and I guess we were so broke that they weren't boneless, and a bone lodged in my throat, and I almost died. And that day,
Fucking A.
it was my throat switched. Yeah,
That's not good.
that's how you know you're poor when you don't have boneless fish sticks.
Yeah.
And it got lodged in my throat, and it turned purple,
Fish
and my
sticks.
brain. That immediately was like, we're not doing this anymore.
Damn. That
You're about to say
hurts.
something slick. I don't like it.
No. I guess we call fish steaks seafood. Basically a chicken tender with bones in it.
I guess, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Rob Schneider calls on the U.S. to restore the military draft. Well, why does anybody give a
Did they up
fuck
the
with
age
Rob
for the
Schneider?
military draft? I think the age now is 42.
Yeah.
With what?
For military to get drafted.
I'm officially back in the age group of being able to get drafted. I'm back.
How about that sucked?
That was fucking be horrible. I don't want to do this shit.
But you gotta go. For 2 years, we own you. Most of. That's how it was for the longest time.
Oh, voluntary.
When I was growing up, I remember
42.
they were going to take their name out of a hat. You know, so at a summer camp, and all the guys were over 18. They were all like, we were going to go to war. I can't remember what the situation was because. And the guy was like, they're going to pull my name out of a hat. Holy shit. And I was like,
So it says effective April 20th, 2026, the Army increased its maximum
That's
enlistment
crazy.
age from 35
43 now? So you just aged out of it?
Fuck.
I'm happy. You should be happy, dude.
Dude,
I don't want to be part of this
Russia's
shit.
conscripting people in Ukraine up to 65. There's that men.
How helpful are those people?
Can't be great. Carry all that weight. Maybe except up to 41. Marines are like, nah, bitch. You're on fucking fossils. 28.
So Russians are not known for being in great shape in their older ages. They still think I shaped like a bean with bangs.
They drink too much.
Tough people, though.
How would you feel if they drafted you right now?
I would do some damage, man. I just don't want to do it. What am I going over for?
Right?
Let's fucking Iran war? What the fuck?
Nah, yeah, you're gonna go take Farg Island or Karg Island. Like, what?
I would be so fucking pissed.
Just sitting there like there's no dog in the fight. And like, I guess I'm a patriot, but fuck this.
You're like streamers and shit would get drafted.
Oh my god.
Some guy on his phone.
Yeah.
We're here, chat. Check this out.
It would probably change the way I think the draft would change our foreign policy.
It'd be a good thing.
When we go to war, we'd all be like, whoa, what?
Yeah.
It'd actually be a good thing.
Yeah.
Send Lindsey Graham there. Send
Yeah.
Barron Trump there. Send.
But also, like,
You want to go to war? Okay. Barron Trump needs to send his 9-foot tall ass
In
on the
Britain,
front line.
in Britain, back in the day, the aristocracy were on the front lines.
Mm-hmm.
So when you went to World War I and World War II, the aristocracy, if you were a lord, you went to war, man, and you were with those men, and you died with those guys.
That's how it should
That's
be.
why, remember the Kennedys?
Yeah,
Joe Kennedy's son, it wasn't John, but his other son was killed in the war. He was shot down. He was a combat guy.
If Lindsey Graham had to go to war, foreign policy would be very different.
But imagine how much
Very fucking different.
Imagine how much tougher this like younger generation would be if they had to actually experience.
And discipline, by the way. Discipline. Not only that, they'd
I
have
think as many incels. I mean, you don't get as many mass shootings.
Yeah.
People didn't have to get out of their basement.
They'd also be in
As
other
much video
countries.
games.
They'd see other countries.
I
They'd
don't
know.
talk as much shit to each other.
I agree.
Sure, but it's also like this war. I don't want to be a part of it to begin with.
Oh,
I
no.
didn't actually be a part of it.
No, but I think that if there was a mandatory draft, I totally agree. I think that men would be different. You'd have way less crime because younger men would be in a constructive.
Are you
They
saying
learn
like
discipline.
like an IDF thing where it's like you're mandatory to be not to serve?
Yeah, but to be in the
fight,
military.
but to be.
I think it's a great idea, personally.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think a lot of
My
young
boys have to do it. I don't know.
Well, especially if they're athletes. Maybe there'd be an exemption, but for the most part, I think, and there always was an exemption, actually, I think. If you were in college, if you had a family, they would
Got
give you an
flat feet.
exemption.
Can't do it. Right? Do you get the thing at you?
Yeah. Colorblind and flat feet.
colorblind.
Paul Newman was colorblind, so he could.
Or they should
I'm
ask.
made with reds and oranges.
Really?
I'm out.
That would be different.
And flat feet.
They should ask. Let me see your screen time. If you're that age of
that's
28, let me see your screen time.
Oh, that's
If
good.
it's like 9 hours a day, buddy, you're
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Should base off screen time.
And you learn a lot. Like, think about the discipline. 2 years of like waking up early, working out, teamwork, responsibility, all that shit, man. You come out with some pride. You're in the military. A respect for
It's just
violence.
if you have to go to a bullshit.
In all fairness, I mean, if school shooters are going to shoot anything, I guess let it be another country instead of our
Exactly.
own school children.
Well, that's also a mental health thing. Then now they're working out.
Yeah, exactly. They create a
Also, how many
foundation.
Gen Z kids have mental health problems at this point?
Well, it's become, first of all, you're eating shit food, you're not working out, you're on your fucking phone all day, you're disconnected.
But they don't drink and they don't do drugs, which is cool.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, but they're addicted to something else.
Yeah.
Something might actually. How about this? Something worse. Smoking weed and drinking might be way less bad for you than your fucking phone 9 hours a day.
That's fair.
What do you got, Jim?
My son turned 2 today.
Yeah.
This is me.
Birthday? Oh, shit.
It's my mom's birthday, too.
No shit. March 30th?
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Cody's 2 now?
Sorry?
Cody's 2?
He's 2. Why crazy?
Wow.
I know.
Damn, I remember when he was still in the little bassinet. Remember that time you crashed the car? And that was the first thing. I'd never heard the baby cry. And then Brian was driving. We're on the road. Brian's driving through, when you rent a car, and he thought he could also go behind the person who. So it's supposed to go up one by one.
Yeah.
And you're supposed to. Here's a whole process to make sure no one steals the car. The gate goes up. The guy goes through. Brian thinks he could also
No, the
squeeze
guy went
behind.
me through.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. He goes, go ahead. And I went, boom. And he was like, oh. And then that's why I didn't get in trouble. He brought it down because I said, you told me to go through. Because otherwise I would have been in trouble.
I didn't say that.
I fucked the beginning. Yeah, the front up. He goes like this. When he went through, he goes like that. So I go, and I go, you fucking, Yeah, that was crazy.
That was great. That was the only time I've ever heard
It was a
Cody cry.
BMW too.
Ever. Yeah.
It was a nice BMW.
Yeah, and the fucking gate crashed right down on the car.
Did it fuck it up?
Not too bad, actually.
Would you reliable be? Because they told you go through?
No. I told him, I go, hey, you got to make, I got to see the damage here because,
That was the first time I went, oh, people from LA are bad drivers.
Yeah. Okay.
You're a real LA driver.
Oh, yeah.
You're a real LA driver.
I haven't been in an accident ever. Ever.
You drive. When you drive, I have to look at my phone.
Yeah, but I'm a good driver. You never get any accidents. I might just be a little bit, wild because I've been driving so long, but you're not going to get hurt.
Like you, when it comes up to,
I drive
the
fast.
hills near your house,
Yeah.
I can't look.
Yeah, I drive fast.
Terrifying.
I know.
Pluto TV has thousands of free movies and TV shows.
I swear. If I'm lying, I'm dying.
Movies like Titanic, Dreamgirls, and Gladiator. And TV shows like Survivor, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Fairly Odd Parents, and Ghosts. Pluto TV is always free. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Just been
What's
driving.
this, Jen?
Oh, let's start with, if you guys want to do it, because we didn't get to cover it last week. But, Drewski.
Oh my god, people are upset about it too. Really, people on the right. I thought it was freedom of speech. And now the right always harps on
I
freedom
think if
of
you're being
speech.
funny like Drewski, anything goes, and it's all good.
But the thing is with him, he gives it to everybody.
Yeah.
Like he makes fun of Puerto Ricans, black people, ministers, everyone. If he was just doing whiteface, then you're like, all right, this is a little dicey.
He's so
But
funny.
literally, he does it for everybody.
Yeah.
By the way, he can look at him.
It's so spot on. They said Erica Kurt's trying to sue him.
Yeah. I didn't know.
On the basis of what? Being too accurate?
Look at how his hands, though. Look at the makeup job.
Oh, his makeup team should wear the Emmy.
Guys, it's funny.
The lips are so spot on. I serve a righteous God. He looks scared.
His eyes are so spot on.
But when I say children, I mean like the Holy Blessed Trinity, which is why I hold the Bible.
Have you seen the original Erica Kirk version of that?
To me, I know, but to me, it's. I don't like making fun of Erica Kirk because she's been through some terrible stuff. But this is comedy, this is satire, and I'm always going to give any comedian this good a pass.
100%.
Erica Kurt's also kind of ass with us too, with her antics since her husband's death. It's like, don't come out on fucking suspension.
That's why that part was.
That's why he's doing it.
On what? Come out on what?
She comes out with firecrackers and all this shit.
Oh, really?
That part
That's why he's
was
doing
crazy.
I don't know what to say about any of that.
But Kirk has responded to Drewski's impersonation, and Drewski is set to face legal action. In Drewski's latest video, he recreated Erica Kirk almost exactly. The all-white outfit, the entrance holding fireworks, the signature double take, the half-crying, half-smiling expression, the exaggerated gestures, and the slightly awkward speaking rhythm. As soon as the video was released, the first reaction from netizens was, "It's too similar." But Erica Kirk clearly doesn't see it that way. In her response, she explicitly stated that the video has crossed the line of humor, and she will take legal action on grounds including malicious exploitation of her personal image and potential defamation. Some argue that comedy inherently involves exaggeration and mimicry, and that Drewski is simply doing what he's always done. Others point out that when an imitation is so precise that it reinforces a public stereotype of a person.
She's been through so much, but so I totally sympathize with how much she's been through, but also I defend comedy at all costs.
Yeah,
and this is
she's also asking for it too. Like a lot of the shit that she's done, that's what gives him the ability to do it so exaggerated. Like that is her. Why is it hitting so hard? Because it's spot on.
comedy, no matter where it comes from, you need to give it a chance, no matter what. Like, even if you agree with it, don't agree with it, like, because I bet you she'll laugh at something that has to do with liberals. You know what I mean? Like, if it's making fun of this or making fun of that,
Yeah,
I'm sure
I think Drewski's nothing but a net positive all the way across the board.
Yeah, but they celebrated when he did all the other stuff, and then when they come for the right, like, whoa, we gotta sue this guy. It's like, whoa.
The right has to have a sense of humor too.
The right being the woke right now it's cringe.
It's not good.
It's like that's what they made fun of the left for so long, and it's like, don't do what made everyone hate the left, because now you're becoming the thing that you hated.
Like, again,
It was okay when you shit on Joe Biden or shit on that, and we all laugh, you know what I mean?
Yes.
But then when it happens, see, don't be that guy at the comedy show that laughs at everything until it's your
Can you imagine if Trump sued everybody who did a parody of him?
Oh my God.
There's comedians getting sued. This comedian just got served papers while he was on stage at the Laugh Factory because the joke he's the Lion King guy.
Oh yeah.
He got served while he was on stage at the Laugh Factory.
That guy's awesome. It just makes him bigger.
He's getting sued for $27 million.
Yeah, that's so lame.
You guys want to see him actually get served?
Let me hear this guy.
I am officially getting sued for telling a joke. Look, there's a lion. Oh my God. A joke. And that's why I'm getting sued for $27 million. And to make matters worse, I got served a lawsuit while I was performing on stage. What is this? What is this? Oh shit, I just got served. Oh shit. For those who are wondering what this is for, joke, the Lion King. I don't know, you saw it? Who's coming? That was me, yeah.
No, the guy who wrote the song. Go fuck yourself.
This is the shit.
Go fuck yourself, whoever that guy is. You're not gonna win that. You're not gonna win that shit. You're allowed to say whatever you fucking want.
Yeah.
You have to prove malicious intent.
You guys.
But even then, it's like,
By the way, look up what it actually says. Did we do that last time?
yeah. Like,
It says something like that.
you just have no right to say anything's funny if when the thing that offends you, you think I have the right to sue.
Yeah. Correct.
Weird. I don't know if you guys want to start. We can move on.
Yeah.
So funny though.
I thought Patrice O'Neill on Fox News back in the day was the best thing ever. Did you ever see him when they're asking him about offensive jokes? It's so good.
He's so smart.
He said it all comes from the same place, right? It's like it comes to just want to be
And
funny.
then he made a joke, like, and it was a mean joke, and he was like, "Oh, why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? That's absurd. Why are you laughing?"
Someone in the back, when he was doing it, in the newsroom where they're doing it, one of their crew members busting up laughing, like, oh shit.
Patrice said it perfect. That good jokes, bad jokes, they all come from the same place. We're trying to make something.
Yeah, try to make some you guys happy and laugh.
Yeah, that's not a threat. Although the biggest threat to dictators was always satire. Like when somebody like makes you look stupid, it's like you're like fuck, because you can't really fight back.
Yeah.
It's like my joke. If you're losing, I was losing this argument, but I won because I told him his mother was a whore. It's nice. That's all you're left with, and you know you lost the fight.
Yeah, because you'll hear a douchebag if you try and get upset over it.
Well, you see these people like, don't, you're not allowed to say this on my college campus. It's like, oh, you're that bankrupt of ideas. You can push back.
But I wonder, obviously, he doesn't have $20 million, so I wonder what it's going to be nothing, right?
So in that lawsuit, he would have to say that the first thing that they'll say is, I was saying what I believed it meant. What I believed was that's what it meant. Okay? Based on my interpretation of the song. I'm not an expert on it.
He's after it, right?
Yeah. So he goes, there was an approximation of what I said. For them to win they'll never win 27 million. They won't even win $9,000. But for them you always inflate it. For them to win anything, it would mean he would have to say my reputational damage, and there were financial damages to me. The Lion King's made more money than anything on the planet, number one, and it's also 25 years old. Also, number two, fuckface. This guy doesn't understand that he would have to have been malicious. He would have had to have been specifically trying to hurt that guy. So it's the dumbest lawsuit ever.
I'm dumb, but isn't there like rules for satire, which is why South Park is able to get away with playing on these different depictions of people? Because Drewski never even said Eric, which is
Dumb who sued him is going to get hit with what's called a slap order, especially in LA. A slap order is basically to say, okay, I am speaking. It's freedom of speech. I'm allowed to speak what I believe. I'm telling my story. Okay, so if you do that, then what happens is, if he has to hire a lawyer, the guy's going to have to pay all his legal fees.
interesting.
Yeah, if he's not careful. It'll get thrown out though.
That's when it gets expensive.
Yeah, it'll get thrown out on a slap order.
What else you got, Jim?
Real quick on that though, so I do know someone that constantly gets sued by someone else. I will not say, and he has to continue to defend himself. So his lawyer has to get involved, and even though they're frivolous, he still has to pay the lawyer to defend himself. So he's fucking getting.
That's how people with deep pockets, companies with deep pockets, will bankrupt the smaller companies. They'll just keep suing you. Yeah. And so what you have to do in that case is you have to see every case through until the judge says, I see what's going on here, and then then pay all your legal fees.
Yeah. Hopefully that.
But that's what you can do typically. So what was happening for companies in LA, these scumbag law firms, were going to companies and saying, hey, you didn't give any of your employees lunch breaks. Can you prove it? And they would sue you for it. And this lawyer said, follow it through. Just follow it through. It'll get thrown out, and then they'll have to pay. But it's going to cost.
It's a waste of time and money.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's nobody crushing it doing that stuff.
No,
never.
Okay, have you seen this video of Chris Brown kissing a girl?
Right.
Wasn't her husband in the crowd?
Yeah, so here's the weird thing about this. I looked at this video and I'm like, did this happen a while ago? But it's all popping up as of recently, like a day ago, 2 days ago. So I think this is a recent one at a concert.
This is cringe.
He's making out somebody's life?
Well, just check out the video here.
Brutal.
You know what?
This is what Chris Brown does, though. Have you ever seen his meet and greet?
I've never let it.
No, but she's beautiful. But if that's her husband, I'd lose my mind.
He's all.
Have you ever seen what he does with the meet and greets? People pay tens of thousands of dollars, and they basically have to watch their girlfriend get almost dry humped.
Remember, us doing the same thing.
They're paying money.
If you're a cock and you like that, that's fine if that's your kink. What I'm saying is that right there is so disrespectful to her husband. Like, you gotta go.
Yeah,
That's a divorce.
You gotta go. A divorce.
The husband says, I'm not insecure, it's just a con. Just like, I know, but you should be worried about your girl if she's down to do that.
Wait, husband takes wife backstage after she kissed Chris Brown on stage live for the whole world to see.
Also, Chris Brown can't be kissing married bitch.
But the girl, honestly, the girl was the one that stuck out her tongue and started going on his face first, you know?
Dude, his meet and greets are the craziest shit ever. Some of the pictures from there are just like,
He's like bent over. He's a stud.
Yeah.
Don't get it twisted.
The greatest dancer since Michael Jackson, good-looking guy.
Yeah, your girl wants him.
Oh, that's her tongue.
Oh, shoes.
That guy shouldn't say.
That's my girl.
Oh, okay.
So he brought her up on stage.
Well, she probably volunteered to go on stage, you know? I don't know.
MPJNO is spot on with that. Imagine what she'll do off stage.
Yeah.
She should 100% have had sex right there with him, of course.
Dog,
Yeah.
suck him off.
Dogged down. Dogged down.
She's getting drained.
You're getting punished for that after I get the video.
It's gonna work. You're just wasting your brain.
I mean, part of it is like I've always said as a man, if your girl hooked up with Chris Brown, okay, and you weren't there, and it was just she was drunk, it was partying, and she goes like, you as a man would go, you know what? I get it. Maybe I get it. There are women that would do that to me, and then your job is to say this: are you going to take her back? If you do it in front of the world, that's disrespect. If you do it alone, it's like I lost control. I was drunk. I can understand a man going,
Cup talk, huh?
running a cup?
Yeah.
I mean, guys, if I was in the chair, I'd be like, you better not.
Dude, he was doing that thing where, you know, like when you're like when people are like, oh, you know, and like no one was on board with that.
No one's riding with you on this.
Here's what I'm saying.
Brian's like, you would understand if she's at a house.
Guys, there are women. Not for me, actually, because I'm too old. But
Don't take yourself out of it.
every man, there are women out there that might just break you. That any man who's married, you love your wife, you got your kids. There are women out there that might just break you in the right time, in the right moment. There are women that might just break you. Any guys disagree with that?
I do.
Anybody?
You've seen what gets thrown at me when I'm on tour.
Hey, you know what I'm saying, though. You know what I'm saying, and I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm talking about all of us as men know that there are women out there that are a hall pass.
Yeah, but B, this is a life.
That's what I'm saying.
This is different.
I'm saying not publicly. I'm saying that like
In all fairness, this is substantially worse than it happening behind closed doors.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If you're doing it publicly in front of the world, like, you gotta go. That's disrespectful. What I'm saying is that I can understand a husband going, it was Chris Brown, you were on a cruise, you were drunk, you go through it, you go through the thing, but ultimately you forgive her because it's Chris Brown, because I have my hall pass. That's what I'm trying to say.
What's Thanksgiving like when they come back to the
That's
family?
what I'm saying.
Could you imagine?
Can't do that.
Everyone's saying what they're thankful for, and she's like,
the world,
you know what the fuck I was thankful for?
That's your wife. She's got to have your back. And she didn't have his back there, so I'd be like, you gotta go.
Yeah, you would look like a cuck in front of your family.
You can't do it.
Oh.
You can't have it.
And also, then your kids would never respect you.
You think?
And your kids would be like, oh, yeah, my dad watched my mom.
See ya.
Oh.
I'm not having kids with her.
Oh.
No. I need you to get my back when the world is watching.
Let me ask you this, though. All of you, since you guys are, well, you're married. I'm guessing you're getting married. I don't know. Either way, you guys have, significant others. If you were at a concert, she's a super huge fan of this artist, and the artist goes, come up stage, would you be like, hey, don't go up there? Or would you be like, yeah, that is, you're like, what do you do?
I mean, I don't mind. She can do that. And she can be theatrical. If you're reaching up and sticking your tongue in the guy's mouth, get the fuck out of here.
Jen, if Joe was like, and she likes Chris Brown, she's like, hey, we're gonna go front row. No.
If my girl was like,
Gotta go to Usher.
Whoa, is that right?
I'd put up a stink too.
Here's what I would do. Because you're afraid what? He's gonna call her up on stage.
Just all of it. No, we're not going today. We're not getting front row to Usher. I'm not sitting through that bullshit.
Does you respect?
Like, you've seen those videos, like, you're just gonna hump your face? Like, we're not doing that. No, you're not going.
Here's how I would do it.
He's got kids, bro.
I mean, you guys are married is different for me. It's I'm seeing what she does. If she does it, it's
That's
done.
a great litmus test. You're right.
That's the test.
Me too. I agree.
But she would be laying down like this with Chris Brown on top of her. That'd be okay? Because that's his show. She would be laying down on that couch like
No,
that.
that's my
test.
That's my test for it. If she goes on stage, know what's going to happen.
But Nick, is your girl into Chris Brown now, right? Who's she into? Who? This isn't...
Probably if she came to my stand-up.
She's seen you.
You know what I'm saying? On stage, I'm sexy. The way I move.
She's never been drier.
He's probably like a Chris Hemsworth type of guy.
Look, what I'm saying, he has to be music, dude. Don't give me a fucking actor. Like, that's just, there's not even opportunity.
There's no jacked. She likes jacked dudes.
All right, let me ask you
I can't think of a jack.
So she comes to you and says, she's crying. She goes, I love you so much. I got drunk on at the party.
Getting nervous for this push.
Chris Hemsworth was there, and I
sucked him off.
I fooled her out with it. That's all she's gonna say. Don't say something.
Done.
Now, hold on, dude. Hold on. It's Chris Hemsworth, and she's like, I got carried away. He's so gorgeous, and we all have a hall pass. Like, what are you doing?
Here's my only way it's okay. If somehow she has access to Ana de Armas, and then she goes, you could do that to make it even.
All right.
Otherwise,
so there is a scenario. I'm saying.
I feel like your relationship's fucked if you go down that route.
Yeah, then you become swingers and
Fucked.
Yeah.
You're just not gonna start from a good place. Like, I let her fuck Chris Hemsworth. Just let me fuck this.
Iggy Pop. Yeah, I'm just done. I think I'm just done out.
You're both gonna do them. Like, you should probably go separate ways, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a
How
bad.
about, yeah, but if it's Ronaldo,
Ronaldo? No. No, I don't even like the sport.
Yeah, no, that's...
I don't even respect what he does.
Oh, really?
Riley, but see, Riley Green's not doing that. He's fucking people on stage.
That's right.
There's not a lot of...
Jacked.
So if you're going to usher Chris Brown, this should be your first sign. Your girl might be a hoe.
Or she just likes...
No, she's a hoe. Because it's very... The marketing's out. Chris Brown is usher.
Brian's like, I spent good money on these
Yeah,
things.
it's going in September.
Chris Brown's a great singer dancer. Don't... If your girl's just out there and she's like in the front row and she's like...
No, you're
What do you do with that, Jay? What? Reverse. You asked me. Reverse on you. What do you do?
I'm probably in a situation, if she comes to me in a human moment and says, I fucked up. I'm not a big fan of myself, so I'd be like, you chose Chris Hemsworth over me for a moment. I don't know that I would be, I'd be like, I'd be probably really pissed but understanding. I don't know if it would, could I get over it?
What if she was like, things got messed up and we hooked up, but he said False Gods was a great special.
I'd be like, you know what, he's a good guy. I get it. But she'd have to say that. She had to be like, okay, bad news.
He wasn't a man.
Bad news, I fucked Chris Hemsworth. But here's the good news. His cock is smaller than yours. I'd be like, I win.
If your girl's like, babe, I'm getting front row tickets to Chris Brown, like, no, you're not.
Jesus, dude. I didn't know you ran your house like that, bro.
Oh, yeah, no, you're not.
Bro, but they're...
No, you're not.
That's also
just... You know that meme? No, you're not.
She won him in a fucking thing.
Give him to your friend. If your wife's like, can't get all the girls together, I'm going front row to Usher in Vegas, like, no, you're not.
That's basically the same thing.
She's in the second
row.
row.
We're going to go see strippers.
So, wait, can she...
I'd be like, okay, cool. Are you cool with me if I go to the strip club? Same thing.
What if it's second row?
He had a question. I'm like, I just like his name. No, you don't. You like it because you see all the fucking highlights of him face fucking everybody. That's why you're so adamant to go.
Question for you guys. This is
I didn't know you were
strip club thing. If your girl was like, I'm going to this, my friend's getting married, we're going to go to Thunder Down Under, it's the bachelor party. It's going to be a fun thing. It's silly with the girls. They put their dick in your face. It's like, are you saying yes to that?
Just so you know, I was in Vegas. I run into a bunch of girls. One girl was on my show. A bunch of girls who were, I think they're on a bachelor. I knew three of them. They were actresses. I was on a show with one of them, and the other two were pretty well known. They were actresses. And they were like Hollywood girls. And I said, what'd you guys do last night? They go, we went to Chippendales, and we were all set to make fun of those guys. And they were the hottest guys we'd ever seen in our lives. Yeah. And they said, and the way they danced, and we went from being silly to being like, oh my fucking God, they're hot. And I remember I clocked that, and I went, wow. And then I used to do jiu-jitsu with a Chippendales guy in New York. And he said to me, and he was,
I don't know why I imagine you rolling with him in his underwear and a tie.
I was hoping to. But he was a stud. And I remember, I said, what's that like? And he goes, well, I always tell my friends that women are bigger whores than men, including married women, but they never believe me. But then my friend came along and saw what happens. And he goes, when I would get off stage, me and my boys, they were all, you have to see this guy, all studs. He goes,
yoked and tan, and
he played like minor league baseball. It's just a stud. He was Dominican.
Good looking dude.
Yeah. And he said, but he could dance. He goes, the thing is, we can dance, we can move. And he said, and they're drunk, and they're with their friends. So when I tell you they'll suck your dick, they'll suck your dick right there. I'm talking about holding your dick with a ring on. And I was like, oh. And he goes, but you don't understand. Like, once one of them does it, it becomes a fucking free for all.
I can see Brendan's interest.
And he said every man doesn't want to know, no man really wants to know that, but every man needs to know that they're married to a girl who, under those circumstances, will do it. And I never forgot. I was like,
so what's significance of that now, knowing all that now?
I don't try to control anybody's behavior. I would never try to control. You either trust your wife or you don't, and you either are hung up on that shit or you're not. You're either in a situation where you think you can controlling someone's behavior doesn't change their behavior.
Sure.
It just suppresses it. So I don't play that game.
Yeah,
You want to go see that? You do that.
You would hope if your mother, whatever, 3 kids, like, yeah, I probably should go front row to this breast.
Yeah.
You would hope.
Or they do and they can handle it.
Yeah.
But the idea that your girl's never going to look at another man and be like, is
unrealistic.
Yeah.
I think it'd be worse to see your girl end up on, because I saw those guys in Austin who were like good-looking dudes and they wear the meta glasses and walk up to girls and talk to them in public. That would be way more embarrassing.
I haven't seen that.
It's dudes, they walk up to girls, they just like good-looking dudes just spitting games to girls in public, and all the time they're like, I have a boyfriend, and then like later on they're like, oh, that's it, we can't be friends. You know, like, that would be crazy to see.
I don't like that that sort of
pick-up shit.
I don't like it when they trap girls like that. Because, you're just talking on the street. You say a lot of shit you don't mean.
Yeah, a girl could just be friendly and not trying to...
She's not flirting.
Yeah.
Those meta glasses, that's no joke.
I actually hate those meta glasses. People trying to trap people into, like, in conversation, like, get them for content.
I'm always cautious.
Technically, if you're in public space, there's no...
Yeah, but I'm always a little cautious. Like, there's some baseball dads that wear their meta glasses, and, like, we'll be talking, shit about the kids or team, and I'm like, take that fuck. When I say glasses, I walk through, I'm like, God, what if he's recording?
Sure he is.
Yeah, don't talk to those people.
He's a good dude. He's really, but I'm just like, man, you don't talk to those meta glasses. I know.
Better to just...
I think they're just weird. If you buy meta glasses, there's something weird about it.
Yeah, it's very strange.
It says you can't bypass this, but I'm sure you could do it. But there's supposed to be a light that starts blinking or...
When they're recording?
Yeah, when they're recording.
But there's other brands, too.
I mean, there's spy cameras have been around forever.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I think you're just a shitty person if you're trying to set people up for content and conversation.
All it takes is one dad to come and be like, you believe that kid? I'm like, which one? And then when they started like, this kid, I'm like, oh, dude, that kid. I'd be cooked, man.
Yeah.
Cooked. What else you got, Jim?
Let's go to this one. Have you seen this Thai beauty pageant? As soon as she starts talking, her teeth fall out.
No.
Hold on. But she carries herself very well.
I don't want to see it.
Oh, I do. Let her refresh.
Get the way.
Vampire teeth?
She was wearing veneers. Good recovery. For what? Good recovery.
This is actually like some of the... You ever had this nightmare before where you're talking and your teeth just start falling out? This is my worst nightmare.
So she just carried on like no problem, and then she actually made fun of herself with it later on.
Well, those veneers.
They're called veneers, but I guess they're not permanent. There's like a... Hold on.
Oh, yeah, her teeth before that were tough.
Oh, that's like the shit you get at Spirit Halloween store.
Yeah. She meant to do that, though.
Oh, boy. Well,
Make a world of difference.
Veneers, guys. I didn't know they came like that.
Would you do veneers?
No, they don't look good.
No.
Every time I see veneers,
I see some
You
good.
know, but now they do it different. I was talking to my dentist about it. Now they do it where it's just so, like, they don't have to shave down the tooth anymore. It's just basically an overlay.
Like a cap?
Yeah, it's real thin and real strong. It's just an overlay.
Really?
Yeah, they don't have to shave down. Just a lot of people with veneers that shave down to vampire teeth, they stop doing it.
This girlfriend, she was
tapping open.
She was doing stand-up and the mic hit the tooth and it came off and she just had one tooth like Bat Boy. That, remember like the Sun magazine?
Yeah.
She had like Bat Boy in the front. It was awful.
There you go. Yes, new generation veneers such as Emax and 3D printed porcelain are both ultra thin, opt-in, 0.2 to 0.3 millimeters, similar to contact lens, exceptionally strong when spotted in them. They require little to no tooth reduction, often more durable.
Specialized zirconia, that's like tight and shit.
How much does that cost?
Not cheap.
No.
I said, I'll
Good. Let me use your guys. It's good.
I don't know if he's good. I haven't done it.
You don't know fucking dentist?
No, I don't fucking know, dude. Yeah.
How do you know, right? How do you fucking know? I like when people go, this doctor's the best. We have a great doctor for the operation. How do you know?
That's a good point.
Turkey's still crushing it. 280 to 370. In America, it's 1,200 to 3,500 a tube.
Next time my girl goes to Turkey, I'm coming back with some regular human-sized teeth.
Yeah, be sick.
No more little teeth for this guy.
You're gonna have real teeth.
Longer teeth.
Is your girl gonna go down there?
She wants to go back at some point.
Where's she trying to go down?
I don't know. But she got her nose done. It looks fucking amazing.
Recently?
Yeah. It looks so good.
What else would she get?
Dude, I could use it.
They do like these facials over there that would cost tens of thousands of dollars here for way cheaper.
You might have to get a little nose reduction there too.
What the fuck? What do you mean?
Similar to Callan's. Yeah, you guys are similar enough.
And that's only gonna grow. No, you do though. You got a little lopsided in the old nose area. We should both go get a bulb reduction.
Should we get some bulb reduction?
Yeah, bulb reduction. Yeah, it's a lot of skin.
Yeah, I got a pepper for a nose.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, but me too. I got
no pepper.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna bring it down. How cool would that be if we went to Turkey together and just got ourselves fucking nice?
No, I don't want a thin, feminine
A
nose.
Michael Jackson thing going on. No, I just want my nose.
Also, so insulting that you think we have the same nose.
I mean,
your nose has grown so much since I've met
it
you.
really has.
It really has.
It really has.
Over the years, it's a new nose.
It's a new
No, mine is crooked from wrestling because they got broken in a match.
Yeah, mine so much with your nose name is crooked. It's very Callan-ish, you know?
It's good though. When you go down, it's like another, you know?
Yeah,
we got a Callan nose.
Yeah, you Callan nose.
This is the
got a case of Callan
that's
nose.
you got. It's the Italian nose.
Yeah,
That's where it comes from.
look at Shop's nose. Your nose changed completely.
That's like
Look at that.
young.
Look at how
You used to be Aaron Hernandez.
Yeah,
he really was.
What the fuck? Yeah.
Truly Aaron Hernandez. True.
What a handsome guy you were.
I
What the
know.
fuck happened?
Built like Dustin Poirier there.
Called them crazy eyes. I mean, hungry eyes. Crazy. Hungry eyes. Girls would get hungry eyes around.
Crazy eyes.
I called you hungry eyes because you look at that. Go down right there with this. With look at how different he looks.
Family?
No, on the side, over there to the side. No, all the way go down to the right. Never mind. Which one are you looking at?
Which one?
It was over there to the right. Now you're.
Oh, let me close it off and see what I got.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's those Iranian
Dude, that's
jeans
me
you
as a kid. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me, right?
That's you, Brian?
Yeah, that's me.
No way. I love you.
Which with my head? That's a summer squash for you.
Go to Ben Stiller in Tropic Thunder.
You're a head like that?
Brian spot on as a kid.
I've never seen a head like that.
Kangaroo Jack.
I've never seen a head like that in my life.
Kangaroo Jack. Images. Right? That's you as a kid, dude. That's exactly right, dude. Holy shit. It's spot on, dude.
Fucking
Why did your parents do that to you?
I don't know.
Dude, that was you. Oh my god.
On my head, though. Is that
Why do you have that big
that might be just a camera that's warped. Yeah. Yeah, it's warped. There's no way my head.
Your head's not like that at all.
But boy, I look just like my 2-year-old looks just like I do.
I think you look like your baby.
Wow.
The youngest.
Yeah. And we do. We look a lot alike.
Okay.
Wait, where's that? University of Colorado. Look at that hair you had.
Yeah, wow.
You had a fucking.
Look at that.
You had a glow up for sure. This is
He's just a big fucking football kid.
260.
Were you?
Your hairline could recede and no one would notice.
No, yeah.
You have a deep hairline.
I gotta worry.
You're like Count Dracula.
Yeah, I gotta worry about running my eyebrows.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Have they ever connected?
No.
No.
Never allow that.
Do you get thick eyebrows?
Not really. They always just stay the same. I don't do shit to them.
I get old man eyebrows. If I don't trim
He's
them,
got good eyebrows. That guy.
I don't think I get them done.
you don't do eyebrows?
I had to fight people that are like, he gets his lips done. I go, would you stop saying that and get his fucking lips done? God, it annoyed me.
They said he got his lips done?
Yeah, they're like, he gets
It's that good. You know how I know you're gay as a guy?
No, you got some DSLs.
Yeah, I got some fucking DSL.
You got some DSLs on you.
What else you got, Jim?
Let's move on, dude.
Oh, when's the last time you seen Bad Baby? She
Not since before the
kind
pregnancy.
of a glow up. Oh, I would say completely opposite. So
Here's some footage of her buying some stuff for her OnlyFans with another.
Look like shit at CBS.
But it's just all for marketing. This is all just for, like, that Sophie Rain and hers. Like, Sophie Rain's massive.
But I mean, she just changed her appearance like entirely.
$27 million a month.
Yeah, she's like the #1 on OnlyFans.
$27 million is crazy a month.
That's her and Bad Barbie.
Bad Baby's the one that whatever color this hair is.
Oh,
You see more. So they're buying a bunch of oil and condoms.
oh yeah, that's a
This is
promotion.
all fake.
You're not. I mean, no, I'm saying look at her. Look at what she looks like now. This is her now.
She doesn't look like the same race.
She looks completely different. She was kind of cute before. You can see how she's kind of cute.
White girl before that.
How old is she?
It's much dope now. Like, do you like her now versus before?
I'd have to see.
She doesn't look
I
white.
like her way better before.
Right? She was cuter.
She doesn't look white at all.
She's slowly morphing.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
She's trying to.
What's going on here?
She makes a lot of money.
Yeah, not too bad here. Let's hear her before all this.
Good God, she looks. She's a white girl.
Yeah,
Italian.
white.
She's an Italian girl from South Florida.
I mean, she's too young there, but you can tell she's kind of, cuter. You know what? I don't even know anymore.
I don't like that we're looking at a picture of her.
I know, that's why it's kind of getting a little bizarre.
She was young here.
I'm like, she was like, what, 12 years old on Dr. Phil?
I don't know.
16 or something.
Was she?
Well, at least she looked more natural. Now she looks kind of just
Wow, what a breakout career after doing Dr. Phil.
That's like wild. She's like the only one, right?
Yeah,
Out of like that kind of story.
100%.
She's got one of those energies, you know. She just figures it out. She's made it relevant. The one who's just incredible is Snoop Doggy Dogg. Snoop, he's just been able to keep going.
Yeah.
Like he, last time he wrote a
So
song,
he's doing like
30 years ago.
silly kids commercials now.
Yeah.
What a difference.
Does it all. Does it all.
Make money.
A pimp, a porn pimp, silly kids commercials. I mean, I don't even know.
Like, J-Lo is great.
This is J-Lo at 56. Yeah.
You want to talk about genetics? I mean, that's insane.
She's so cringe, but looks so good.
That's incredible. 56.
She's still married Alex Rodriguez?
I think they broke up a while ago.
Who? Alex Rodriguez? Was it?
Yeah.
Wasn't her last
Oh, it's Ben Affleck. Yeah. She's so cringy.
She's so hot.
When she pretends she acts like she's like, I'm so Bronx. You haven't lived in the Bronx for so long, and you went to Preston High School, which is like where all the rich kids from the Bronx go.
What's crazy, she was like, your Spanish is really bad too. Like my girlfriend listens to it, and she's like, she says fucking Latin as Taco Bell. Yeah, there's not much there.
You ever see the video when she goes back to like my old neighborhood in the Bronx, and no one knows who the fuck she is?
That's so funny. Like, this is how she grew up, man.
I'm Jenny from the
The
block.
guy answers the door, he's like, what the fuck you want?
He's like, who are you?
He's like, I grew up here. He's like, no, you fuck. Dateline's like,
She's This was shitty.
Yeah, I don't know. This is just very odd. So some pro-Palestine protesters were hitting up Ariel.
They would.
he's in front of his kids.
He's with his kids and his
He's with
family.
their family.
You see it, Jim?
We know your comments. Your comments are available. Yes, we know your stand. We're not being aggressive. You can use your platform. Ariel, you can use your platform to help people.
This ain't the time to do it, man. And you think Ariel's MMA platform's gonna help the people?
No. It's a genocide.
Man, if they do that in front of my kids, these fucking
I
assholes.
fight those people for Ariel.
Agreed. Like, I agree. And no one is cool with the war. What the fuck is
leave him
Arrow
alone.
gonna do?
Yeah, fuck off.
What do you think his MMA show?
He's trying to change too and say fucking notes. I'm like,
Like, the war actually makes me sad, right? But there's nothing that he could do with his platform where the idea is gonna go, oh, you know what? Arrow Hawani had a really
They just want to attack anybody.
right?
yeah, they're gross.
Especially in front of his kids. Like, maybe pull him aside with, yo, dude, you know?
You think Netanyahu's gonna see what Arrow Hawani had to say and go,
That's crazy.
you know what? Let's change it up.
Drives me nuts. They're so dumb.
You want to do one more? This is.
Give me one more. I gotta roll.
Okay, so this is a Twitch streamer. He does like a food truck, and this guy came up and literally robbed him, even though he knows he's live streaming his show on the food truck. Cheese. You want second cheese?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have to clean the grill. I just finished the second cheese. Second cheese, you want everything? Mayonnaise, lettuce, tomato, everything. I want everything. You want to pay tomorrow? Yeah. You can pay. Is it like three cheese on top? Is like, yeah, I have rice. You saying pay tomorrow to the other guy? Yeah, I am alright. And also, I share on Instagram. It's okay? Okay. Absolutely. You will see me on Instagram. You will see me on Instagram tomorrow. I can post it. On TikTok? Yes, on TikTok. Listen, boss. Steak and cheese. Happy meal. Maybe mayonnaise. Happy meal.
Hey, I want a cheesesteak.
I messed up. Yeah, you got the best cheesesteaks on this side of town. We coming. Yeah, it is a weekend. Friday. So I need to go to Simmons Club. So you open tomorrow? Yeah. What time? Tomorrow 11 to 10 p.m. Okay. Yes, sir. You getting up early? Yes, sir. You like the onion, yes? Onion? Yeah.
What did you start?
10? Yeah. His tip jar, right?
I thought I robbed it at like
What a
gunpoint.
dumb fuck. What a shitty
How much
person.
is it? So I know what to put in. Sorry? Second cheese is $10. 10? Yeah. Alright.
So dumb, dude. You're on,
I want extra everything.
you're on fucking camera, you moron.
That's why this thing went viral, because he knew he was live streaming. He has cameras everywhere. It's still a rap, guy. I couldn't see. So the chat's telling him that, yeah, he stole from this tip jar. And it gets more frustrating, which it's a very long video. It gets frustrating to come back. No. Of course, and the cops show up, buddy. The cops show up, but the guy, the way he describes him on the phone, this is terrible. Hold on. Stop the money. Get fucking money.
He's so
He's a dark skin and handsome boy.
Black, white, Hispanic, Asian.
Man, he has a dark skin.
That Turkish flag right there?
So is he black, white, Hispanic, Asian?
He's a dark skin.
Dark skin?
He doesn't want to stick.
African American?
African, I think. I don't know. Anyway, I guess
He doesn't want to say black.
yeah, he didn't want to say black. You could totally tell. And then he was saying he's wearing, but he's also.
By the way, that kid is so doomed in life. He's so dumb. Like, hey, dummy.
That was
you just did it on
insane.
camera.
He goes, damn, I'm live, TikTok, Instagram, that's cool.
Yeah, let me steal something now like a scumbag.
I also didn't get a delicious sandwich. Joe,
I was gonna say, guys,
I wish I had one right fucking now.
A cheesesteak would go so
on
good.
our way. Come get some.
That's me out of town.
Irvine, California, April 10 and 11. Let's go. The Dallas Hyenas, April 17 and 18.
Amarillo.
Where you gonna be, Nicholas?
I'm going to be in Charlotte, Stanford the 22nd, and then AC on the 23rd, and then August a little ways away, but I'll be up in Edmonton.
All right, kids, go watch Your Head's Gone Wild, available on Tubi right now. Tubi TV, it's free. Download the app, watch the episodes on there. It's Your Head's Gone Wild. 4 apps. they go well, we can order a bunch more. So let them know I sent you. All right, love you guys. Still part of the kid. We're out.
Kendisi sıfırındaki işime kaybedenmiş. Perché ti danno come se fosse un giorno si faceva, ma sono Shema Yisrael Adonai Elohim Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael Adonai Elohim Adonai Echad. What's up? So that's 13th of Nissan, 5786. Tuesday, March 31st, 2026. No one really knows for sure. Elevate, Elu, Divrei, Elohim, Chaim, that the system is already lived by. 95 days of this bitch. $37.60 creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve. 36:31, 137, son of Adam was born. Alright, here we go. This is so good. I might watch it again.
Welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
We might watch it.
One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is get a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Folks, so let's just review a bit about Shabbatai Tzvi, and let's move past Shabbatai. We spent enough time on this guy. As you can see, he's there on the left. And as I mentioned a minute ago, this is a depiction from life. This is what he probably looked like. It's actually pretty difficult to underplay the disaster that was Shabbatinism. We're talking about a movement that basically began in 1666 and didn't end until 1880s, probably. We're talking about a movement, a sort of mobile disaster inside of Judaism that led people to believe that abandoning Judaism was part of their salvation. I can't really articulate how much of a disaster that is. When people believe that converting to a religion that hates them, that is actively seeking their conversion to destroy their identity, that's a disaster. It's really a disaster. Now, when an individual Jew decides to convert, when an individual Jew decides to leave Judaism for reasons of conscience, that's their business, and that's their right. Every Jew should be allowed to convert to whatever religion they find they see fit. But the truth of the matter is, these people weren't converting because of a choice they were making on their own. They were converted because they were being led by people who delusionally believed in their messianic prowess and their messianic message. So, in that way, I do see this as a kind of moving disaster, a train wreck that stretched over 2 centuries, basically. And freakism was especially bad. We're talking about a situation where Jews had been systematically repressed for centuries in Poland, and then they were brought by thousands into Catholicism. And as you can imagine, the moment they converted into Catholicism, and ditto when they converted into Islam, converting back was not an easy thing. We should not forget that converting back out of Islam, you can get the death penalty. That's a death penalty case. And of course, no one has to remind anyone about the horrors of the Spanish Inquisition. Converting to Catholicism and then trying to convert back, it's not going to happen. This is a one-way street, and Frankism and Shabbatism were a disaster in many ways for thousands of Jews over the course of a couple centuries. And I think these should be considered forced conversions of a certain kind, because because they were predicated on the idea of some apocalyptic pretension. Things are ultimately going to come to an end really fast. And that never materialized. The end just got delayed and delayed and delayed. And secondly, the reasons why these conversions from Judaism to Catholicism and Islam, the mystical jibber jabber that underwrote them constantly changed. It was never systematic. There was never any spelled out theory about why this is supposed to happen and how it's supposed to work. You have a bunch of charismatic men at the center of this movement who benefit greatly from these conversions. Frank benefited greatly. Shabbatai, in his own way, also benefited. And this is a situation where I think the people were led into conversions that were, I think, forced by the charismatic leaders of that movement. In the same way that I don't think the people at Jonestown killed themselves. I think they were murdered by Jim Jones. I refuse to characterize what happened in Jonestown as mass suicide. That was a mass murder precipitated by Jim Jones. And so I think that in many ways these conversions were forced. They were forced by the charisma at some level of these leaders. And to be clear, an argument can be made, and I would make the argument that this is what happens when mysticism goes off the rails. This is what happens when rationalism is abandoned. This is what happens when you allow emotion and you allow fervor and mystical beliefs that you don't really understand to basically run ramshot. And at the end of the day, I'm very sympathetic to mysticism. I'm very sympathetic in many ways to Kabbalah. But this is the gutter of Kabbalah. It is mass conversions, and it is the disaster of the Shabbat movement. Now, what's interesting about that is that given this disaster, given the extraordinarily disappointment of the Shabbatian movement, given the mass conversions that followed in the wake of Shabbatai and Frankism, Kabbalah kind of got off with a light touch. Kabbalah survived. You would think that after all this, many people who had seen the dangers of what Kabbalah could do, what Kabbalah could do unchecked, into this whole Kabbalistic thing, this entire thing has led us into the gutter of mass conversion. We need to abandon this idea. This idea is toxic, it's dangerous. Well, they did realize it was dangerous. That's to be sure. We'll talk about that more tonight. They did realize it was dangerous, and they made safeguards. They put rails on the system to ensure that it did not go off the rails like this again. And yet, Kabbalah survived. It really got off with a pretty light touch, actually. And I think that part of the reason why is because the Shabbatian movement, you can imagine, I always imagine the Shabbatian movement as coming in like a wave. There's this huge Shabbatian wave that comes in like the tide, and then when the tide comes out, all this beautiful soil is left behind, but the water's gone. Shabbatai is the water coming in, bringing in the beautiful silt that will help to grow the new things, and then Shabbatai leaves. And what's left behind is the black earth that will ultimately grow new things. So in many ways, scholarship of a previous generation argued that Kabbalah made Shabbatai possible. I don't think that's true. I think that actually Shabbatai made Kabbalah possible. And I think that relationship is why Kabbalah is going to survive. Because the Kabbalah is so much more sophisticated, it's so much more deep, it's so much more rich than Shabbatai Tzvi and the Frankists, who only ever really, aside from Neta of Gaza, who only really ever developed the most thin, superficial, self-serving, apocalyptic version of Kabbalah that was engineered basically to deify them. And at the end of the day, the Kabbalah that they rode in on was a pretty crap Kabbalah. With the exception of Nathan of Gaza, who I think was a very profound scholar. I will give that Nathan of Gaza. But Shabbatai himself, Frank, they were never deep Kabbalists, and they were never really actually, I think, about the Kabbalistic life. I think at the end of the day, they were about themselves, and their actions proved it. And when they left, the Kabbalah could stand on its own. It didn't need them. It existed before them. It was deeper and richer than they could have possibly imagined. And thank God, in many ways, it survived them and thrived. So tonight we talk about the Kabbalah in the aftermath of Shabbatai. And what I want to really drive home about this is I don't want to talk about this as post-Shabbatian Kabbalah. Because Shabbatai Tzvi and the Frankist movement and all this stuff that we've been talking about, that's an aberration. And it was sort of like a night where everyone, it was like a bender. You know, everyone on a bender, they went to New Orleans, and they got trashed, they did all the things, and they went back to their homes, and they shook off the bend. And so you can think about Shabbat movement as kind of a big bender. When they went down there, got trashed, did coke, and they did all the things. And then when they came back home, they straightened up and it's over. And so I think of the Shabbat movement as kind of bender in the history of Judaism. So what happens in the immediate aftermath of 1666 when Shabbatai converts? Well, obviously the first thing that we've already talked about. There are people who are diehard believers who do everything they can to convince themselves using every tool they have in Kabbalah and Torah to convince themselves that Shabbatai Tzvi is the Messiah, no matter what. No matter if he apostatizes, no matter if he dies, no matter if the movement splits into three groups, no matter if they all have to convert to Catholicism, there's always someone out there willing to do the work and try to convince people that this is true. And there are diehards in every religion, there are diehards in almost every belief system, and no matter what happens, they will convince themselves of what they want to believe. That's one camp. We spent a lot of time talking about them. They're out. They're going to be out there until the 1880s, probably. Also, in the immediate aftermath of 1666, there were a ton of people who realized that this was a catastrophe. There were people who believed in Shabbatai. In 1666, when he apostatized, they realized, oh man, this is really bad. And what's also critically important about this is that the people who, at the very beginning of this, realized this was a disaster, people like Menachem and Israel, those people who knew from the very beginning this was going to be a crazy thing, never did the focus of moment so far as I know. From what I know in history of Judaism, there's never a major I told you so moment where people gloat and people say, I told you so, and you can go jump in a river, and you believed in this guy, and now you're barking back in the tree, you're barking back in my tree trying to get back in synagogue, and you were happy to pray to this idiot. Now he's abandoned you, and now what? You can go somewhere else, go be Christian. What's incredible is the Jews and the rabbis who've seen people make this mistake welcome them back. And to my knowledge, I don't see the total so moment. They just didn't do that. They were very magnanimous, and they began to do the work. And what was the work? The work was, let's just pretend this never happened. Right? Let's just pretend this never happened. So what did they do? The second camp, the people that realized it was a disaster, they went back to doing what they were doing before Shabbatai. They went back to the intellectual labor trying to make Kabbalah work. That is to say, systematizing it. Trying to figure out how the Lurianic Kabbalah lines up with Proto-American Kabbalah. They went back to the heavy lifting of trying to do Kabbalah in a pretty systematic and careful way. Now, that's not to say they just ignored it completely. They realized that something inside the Lurianic Kabbalah, something inside of the Kabbalistic impulse was dangerous. Because it had gone off the rails. It had gone off the rails, crazy off the rails. And so they began slowly to think about how to implement safeguards to prevent this from happening again. This could have led to real serious problems. Can you imagine what would happen if all those Jews would have gotten on those boats and began to sail into the Mediterranean to reach Palestine? It could have been terrifying. Tens of thousands of Jews could have died. They could have been denied entry into the Ottoman Empire. And who knows what would happen? They would sail back to Spain. They're going to arrive as refugees in Christian Europe. This could have been much, much, much worse than it was. And in fact, it's actually very lucky that it wasn't as bad as it was. So the rabbis began very carefully beginning the problem of beginning the business of putting bumpers, basically, on the Kabbalah to prevent it from going off the rails again. And what do those bumpers look like? The main thing is public Kabbalistic teachings, especially advanced Kabbalah, just stop. They just stop. You just cannot teach people quantum mechanics if they don't understand atomic physics. You just can't. You cannot teach people how to weld if they've never held a hammer before. You have to. You cannot deliver these incredibly complex Kabbalistic ideas, which are incredibly easy to misinterpret, to a population of people who basically just don't even have a Torah knowledge. Especially people who've been living in Christian lands and only recently converted back to Judaism. So they cease teaching Kabbalah publicly. They cease teaching it publicly. Now I know that makes many of us grit. That makes many of us think, oh, these elitists, how dare they hide? Well, you got to put yourself in their shoes. These people were playing, it's like toddlers playing with fire. These people were not prepared to deal with this, and they were able to be convinced of something So what ends up happening is that the first thing is that Kabbalah, public Kabbalah teaching begins to withdraw, especially technical stuff. Then a creeping kind of legalism begins to creep in. And that legalism takes the form of safeguards. You need to vet who can learn this stuff. And how do you vet? You vet them based on all kinds of other factors of stability. What do those things look like? That they're old enough. You don't teach a 13-year-old Kabbalah. You just shouldn't, according to the site. You have to wait. How old? Maybe 40. And that was the number they settled on. I bet folks have heard that number before. Well, do you want to teach Kabbalah to a bachelor? No, because a bachelor might get so crazily Kabbalistic, they're just married to God. They don't want to actually get married to a woman, right? Or from a traditional perspective. So they need to be married. They need to have a job. They need to have kids. They need something anchoring them to this world. I've actually heard somewhere that Air Force pilots have to be married with kids or something like that because they don't want them getting in like $50 million, $30 million plane flying around. The idea is that you need to be anchored in this world. You can go to the other world. You can go to the Kabbalistic kingdom, go up to Sphero, fine. But you need something anchoring you to this world. You need a job, you need kids and a wife, you need a family. You cannot just be Kabbalah. That's unhealthy. So they begin to try to implement things at the community level that ensure that people who are mentally ill, people who are drunks, people who are other kinds, they have other kinds of things that are anchored in the world. Now again, does that sound elitist to you? Maybe it does sound elitist. But is it reasonable? I think it's reasonable. Is it reasonable in just what happened with Shabbat Tzvi? It's very reasonable. I think it's very eminently reasonable. So again, I think it's not a bizarre idea. Third, there is a shift away in Kabbalah, away from cosmological speculation. That cosmological stuff has led to bizarre ideas about how the world got created, how Messiah became implanted in the world, as we talked about last time with the Jewish tonight, the dragons, and messianic speculation is ground to a halt. That's over. We're just not going to do messianic speculation. By the way, that's a return to Talmud. The Talmud is very clear. The Talmud says do not speculate about the beginning, do not speculate about the end. Speculate about now. Right? Speculate about now. Don't deal with Maaseh Bereshit. Do not deal with the end of the world. Deal with now. That's a return to very orthodox Judaism. And we're going to see that when we get to Chassidism in a minute, Chassidism is the epitome of mystification, the mysticism of the now. Chassidism says the now, the now, the now, the now. What is happening right in front of your face? The literal thing, the world you're living in right now is more mystically important than what happened back then and what's going to happen right now. And so Chassidism is going to pioneer the mysticism of the now. So they really take this into great heights and represent part of an enormous genius of Chassidism. So there's a shift. And what does the shift look like? There's a shift away from what's going on here. Right? Because trying to figure out what's going on here, that was dangerous. So what's the shift? The shift is into here. The shift is into here. Right? The shift is into the mind and into the heart. It's about personal piety. And so it's all about fixing you. We are not focusing our attention on trying to become a sign anymore. That was a disaster. We're done with that. What we do now focus our attention on inner piety. And so the shift in the Kabbalistic language is now toward energy. Not messianic saving the world. It's about saving you and your community. And that's where intense piety comes in the form of these things we'll talk about in a minute. This idea of kavanot, intense spiritual concentration, and following Jewish law very seriously. Remember, part of what people were very upset about with Shabbat Tzvi and the Shabbati movement was the rejection of Jewish law. And so what ends up happening is that Jewish law becomes front and center, just like it was early on. Remember, the Zohar is highly legal. The Zohar never said you could abandon the law. In fact, the Zohar is very clear that the law, that Kabbalah without the Jewish law, without Kabbalah without Halakha, is incoherent. And so, in many ways, the post-Shabbatian movement is a return to Kabbalah as truth. It's exactly divorcing Kabbalah from Halakha. That was a disaster in the mind of these Kabbalists. I tend to agree. And so, this movement is a return back to the old school days of Kabbalah. So, at the end of the day, Kabbalah will be. Thank God. It deserves to be. It should not have been. Thank God it wasn't thrown out with the baby with the bathwater. Right? I'm glad. I'm very glad. But we have to admit that I think the kind of safeguards that get put on Kabbalah in the aftermath of all this are not unreasonable. What's also important about this is the story sometimes gets told from a super Eurocentric perspective. Surprise, Eurocentrism, here it is. The truth of the matter also is that Kabbalistic centers are also appearing all over the Jewish world. In many places in which Shabbatism really never took a big hold. And those places are going to be places like Morocco, places like Yemen, although Shabbatism was very popular in Yemen and Morocco, Kurdistan, northern Iraq, Aleppo and Baghdad, also in Jerusalem. Jerusalem, you'll remember, was a holdout. Jerusalem condemned Shabbatism from the very beginning. So these centers in the Arab world, not in the European world, are going to be the first to come back online, and they're going to begin producing an enormous amount of Kabbalistic literature. Now, the sad truth of that is that a lot of the literature has been lost, especially as Jews fled Arab lands, were expelled from Arab lands in the 1950s. A lot of that literature has been lost, and most of it, to my knowledge, remains manuscript. When I say manuscript, I mean handwritten books from the 16th century, 17th century. So there's not even printed editions of these books. But we know, and I know this because of other scholars who sort of surveyed the literature, there is a mountain of Kabbalistic literature out there, heavily working on systematizing Luria and Kabbalah at this time. One of the real interesting personalities that appears in all this is Athna Barzani. Athna Barzani is probably the first woman rabbi that we know of. Like someone who actually may have really held that title. And she was a Kabbalist, and she seems to have had supernatural powers. She lived in Kurdistan in what is now northern Iran. And her father was very charismatic. He died, and there was no one basically to take his place because he was just such a macher. And the only person that qualified was his daughter. And so by default, his daughter took his place, and Athna Barzani becomes basically, I think, the world's first real female rabbi, and she's an active Kabbalist. And there's a great children's book about her too, by the way. I don't know if folks have seen the children's book that came out recently. So there's a children's book about her. I can look it up if folks want to look at it. But it's really neat. She's just a really incredible character. She's just a really incredible character. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading this over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps in a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Alright, everybody, I really can't believe I'm saying this, but after 13 sessions, we are now on session 14 of this, what was supposed to be a 9-series exploration of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And of course, 14 sessions is still too few. I could basically keep teaching this class one day a week for the rest of my life and still not exhaust all the things there are to say about Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And I'll be also very honest, this last session is going to in some ways be the thinnest, because this is where my expertise really runs out, and I'll be very frank about that. It's just honestly the case that my expertise, I hit a wall, and my wall really is really with Hasidism. I don't know nearly as much about Hasidism as I probably should. I'm still learning about Hasidism, and everything from roughly the 18th to the 21st century is where my gap is. Everyone has gaps in their knowledge. It's important to acknowledge the gaps in our knowledge, not pretend we know things we don't. And it's definitely from Hasidism that's the real gap in my knowledge. Not that I don't know anything, but there are certainly people out there who know a lot more than I do. In fact, I've just invited a good friend of mine to do some talks, maybe a Tuesday talk at Congregation to see about Hasidism, because I really do feel like I gave it short shrift. It deserved a lot more attention, a lot more deep attention than I gave it. And so I reached out to a good friend of mine who knows a lot about Hasidism to maybe do a lunch and learn. So we'll see if that works out. But at any rate, welcome to the, I would say welcome to the end, not the end, it's welcome to the ellipsis, the dot, because of course, Kabbalah is not going to go away anytime soon. Jewish mysticism, Kabbalah is doing actually a lot better now in the early part of the 21st century than it was doing in the middle of the 20th century. In the middle of the 20th century, I would say that Kabbalah, in some ways, was at death's door, and it's doing it much better now. So in a substantial way, we're not saying goodbye to Hasidism or goodbye to Kabbalah. Rather, we're saying dot, and it's going to continue to grow and change. And I've heard really cool, exciting things about developments in the Haredi world, where we're in sort of new and dynamic Kabbalistic thought. And if we do end up moving to Israel Palestine for a few months next year, I'm looking forward to kind of getting into that and seeing what's going on in the Kabbalistic world there in Jerusalem. Well, as we marked last time, the sort of post-Shabbatai world is, I would say that it's actually more sophisticated in many ways than the Shabbatai world. The Shabbatai world is marked by a relatively thin understanding of Kabbalah, really. And that's part of why the Shabbatai speed was so successful, is that people really didn't understand what was going on. They weren't really versed in Kabbalah. And when you read something of a very technical nature, you can be overwhelmed by it. You're very convinced by things that simply aren't really true or deep. They can sound deep, but in fact they're not. And I think that's true of a lot of things that went on in the Shabbatati movement. They sounded Kabbalistic and had a Kabbalistic veneer, but if you scratch the surface even a bit, you realize that the kind of reasoning that justified the stuff that went on with Shabbat Tzvi and Frank was, I think, pretty facile. And I think that once people actually scratch the surface of it and realize, oh, this is just, gold gilding, they abandon it pretty quickly. So the years after Shabbatai Tzvi, apostasy, and after the whole business, what you get is a kind of conservative backlash in the world of Kabbalah. And that shouldn't be surprising. This whole Shabbatai business is a complete disaster. And so what ends up happening is it's kind of a closing of the ranks. That is to say, in the Kabbalistic world, after this, what people end up doing is returning to the period, returning to the Kabbalah much like it was in the period before Shabbatai, where things were a bit more closed off, a bit more guarded, a bit more silent, which I think is probably not always for the worst. And so the developments within Kabbalah, in fact, the developments in Kabbalah since have been relatively conservative, which is to say, we don't see major developments outside of Luria and Kabbalah. There's never really been a significant move to Luria and Kabbalah. It's at some point become commentary footnotes to Isaac Luria. And so that relatively conservative moment, that relatively conservative movement marks Kabbalah from about the mid 17th century all the way until now. And as we talked about last time, two major Kabbalistic schools developed in the aftermath of everything. One of those in Jerusalem, led by the Mizrahi Rabbi Rabbi, and another in Brody in Poland. And those two will become the central schools, so to speak, of Kabbalah, the big schools, in the period after that. But of course, it's worth pointing out that Kabbalah also developed very highly technical Kabbalah in Baghdad, in Kurdistan, in Morocco, Marrakesh was a huge Kabbalistic center. So Kabbalah continued to develop in the aftermath of the Shabbat Tzvi business, especially in the Sephardic world, not really niche. And I think that has a lot to do with the fact that the Sephardi world was much more stable than the Ashkenazi world at that time in terms of social stability and Jewish education. But again, I think I mentioned this several times ago that a lot of the people that were really seduced by the Shabbatian movement were people who had only recently really come back to Judaism. And so they don't really anchored in Judaism in a very profound way, in a way that, for instance, the communities in Marrakesh, the communities in Baghdad, they've been there for 1,000 years, easily 1,000 years. And so when they looked at the whole Shabbat thing, they were like, no. Because they had a much deeper education. So the Sephardi world was a bit less affected by the whole thing. And so it's not surprising that in Jerusalem, they never accepted the whole Shabbat business to begin with. They excommunicated him as soon as they could. That one of the largest Kabbalistic schools in the aftermath of all of it will develop. As I mentioned last time, the two Kabbalistic schools take very different directions. The school of Beidel in Jerusalem is going to take the form of really intense concentration or kavanah during prayer. And that school, again, will last basically until 1969 when the last adherent of that school dies, which is amazing how long the school lasted for hundreds of years. Although very tightly guarded, very disciple-student oriented. And of course, the other is the Klois and Poland. And that is going to be largely influenced by Polish and Lithuanian Kabbalah and Jewry. And Polish and Lithuanian Kabbalah is going to be mostly remarked by its intense intellectual Kabbalistic speculation. And so out of that world is going to flow a mountain of highly intellectualized Kabbalistic systems that are going to basically try to do the work of systematizing Lurian and Kabbalah, especially vis-a-vis the old Quarter-Barrett system, which I have to this period also saw, as I talked about last time, the rise of Hasidism. Hasidism is probably the most important, it's the most important movement in Judaism probably in the past 300 years. And Hasidism went on to spawn an entirely new system of Judaism, a new system of social relations, a new system of customs, a new system of dress. All kinds of things have come out of the Hasidic world. A whole new style of song, the Nigudim that I'm sure all of you are very familiar with, come out of the Hasidic world. And so it's from that world where we have a focus on extreme piety, but also piety that's meant to find the divine every day. It's a piety in which God is lurking all about you, but you can't see God. The divine is everywhere. I think of the line from the Quran, which I can easily imagine a Hasidic Rabbi having written, where the Quran says that Allah is closer to you than your jugular vein. That image in the Quran has always struck me as incredibly evocative. And I can easily imagine someone like Ahmed Breslau having written something just like that. So the idea that the divine is that close to you. The obstacle is just you. You and your ego are fundamentally you and your lusts and your desires. It's your desire to get rich or to have fame or to be loved by someone or whatever. It's these things that get in the way of your relationship to the divine. But the divine for the Hasidic movement is right there. You just have to do the work of the tool of erasing the barriers between you and the divine, and it's in the erasure of those barriers that one can experience the divine in the everyday, including even in the movements of one's the physical body, the sound of a bird. Some of the Rebbe's were even alleged to be able to understand the language of the birds. They would listen to birds sing, and they said they're singing, they're talking, they're having theological debates, that the Rebbe's could understand the Segelsrach, and that Segelsrach allowed them to hear the debates among the rabbis and the birds. Always not beautiful idea of sitting in the forest listening to the birds rather than just hearing like the rest of us normie people that all we hear is birds. The Rebbe's, they don't hear birds, they hear the debates among the birds about God. And so I always found that to be a very beautiful example of Hasidism, where it's not just, you're not just hearing bird sounds, you're hearing theological debates among the animals. So again, according to the Hasidic idea, it's a deep desire to experience the divine in every aspect of life, and to cleave to God, Devekus. The Devekus is the clinging to God, and you cling to God, and the way that you do this is at some level by cultivating a relationship with kind of shamanic character in the Hasidic world. This is the Rebbe, or sometimes they're tzaddikim, tzedukim. They're these righteous people who have a unique relationship with God. They're intensely holy. And of course, these rabbis go on to set up various courts, and those courts really operate a bit like royalty. Still do operate a bit like royalty even to this day. And so you have a loyalty to the Rebbe, to your Rebbe. And the chassid encounters the divine primarily through the Rebbe, and it's in that Rebbe chassid relationship that Hasidism really grows up and becomes a work-life spirituality that it is today. We'll talk a little bit about how it's kind of a little stranger, especially with the Chabad movement, which I forgot to mention much in the bigger slide. We'll talk about that in a little bit as well, but we'll see how that develops. So, as we talked last time, the sort of cliffhanger from last time was that what I think that no one really realized in the aftermath of the whole Shabbatai Speed thing, that as much as the Shabbatai Speed business was a disaster, no one really saw what was happening in the background that was a bigger deal. The same year that Shabbatai Speed converts to Islam and apostatized in 1666, and I'm sure as many folks in the room know, 1666 is a dynamite year in the history of science. It's the year that Isaac Newton discovered or invented calculus. Of course, he discovered and invented it at the same time as Leibniz. There's bitter debate about that. It's also the same year that Newton discovered the fundamental nature of light, and also basically figured out Newtonian physics as we know them now. And he published all that in 1666. This is called the Year of Miracles. So at the same time that Newton is figuring all that out, inventing calculus and all this stuff, that's the year Shabbatai converts to Islam. So it's difficult. I know that for many people, and for me too, when I think about Shabbatai's conversion, I think of it as a feeble thing. It's something that happened a long, long time ago. And I think of somehow Newton not having happened a long, long time ago. Newton feels very modern to me. It feels like I could just sort of, we could play chess with somebody like Star Trek. And they happened at the same time. They happened the exact same year. And so what's coming down the pipe, and what I think the Jewish world did not see in the aftermath of this entire Shabbatai business, was the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment was happening all around the Jewish world, including France and in North America and in England and Holland and Germany. The Enlightenment was developing a huge, completely new worldview that was dynamically breaking from what had come from before, with an emphasis on rationality, emphasis on experimental science, emphasis on extreme logic. And so we begin to get philosophers like Descartes, like Spinoza. Spinoza's philosophy rejects there's a God separate from nature. It's just nature. And nature is God and God is nature. It's the same thing. We're getting the mechanistic philosophers, the philosophers that believe that all of nature is like a giant machine. If you study it carefully, you can understand how it works. If you understand how it works, you can predict it, and therefore you can make it do things for you. This incredibly mechanistic philosophy, which is in many ways really wonderful and in many ways quite bad. Inside the Jewish world, they never saw this coming. It just sort of landed on their doorstep. When I say landed on their doorstep, what I really mean is Napoleon showed up. What Hegel called the world spirit on horseback. Napoleon shows up in Central Europe and even Eastern Europe. Remember, he marched all the way to Russia. So everywhere Napoleon went, recall, he brought with him these Enlightenment ideas. His army was a sort of enlightened army, as much as armies are ever enlightened. And Napoleon brought with him the metric system. He brought with him French revolutionary ideas. He brought with him the idea that if you're a citizen of a country, you should have equal protection under the law. You should never be. There should never be second-class citizens. Either you're a citoyen or you're not. And if you are a citoyen, you have the rights and privileges of everyone else that is protected by the rational law. Of course, I'm not saying Napoleon was perfect or anything like that, but he was a big enough deal that Hegel thought at some level he represented the very movement of Geist, the very movement of God in the realization of Godness in the world. And of course, Hegel got disappointed with him later, but he made a big impression on the young Hegel. And so this is at the same time that the Hasidic movement is taking off. And so when these two movements come into conflict with each other, come into contact with each other, there's going to be a break off in the Jewish world where some Jews are going to become very attracted to Enlightenment values, and they're going to incorporate those Enlightenment values into the Jewish world. And that is called the Haskalah, the Enlightenment. And I think for almost everyone here in this class, and almost probably everyone hearing my voice, all of us are pretty enticed at some level by Enlightenment ideas. The idea of the protection of the law, you can't be just killed because of what you believe in, that we have a rational system of weights and measures, as we do in this country, but most countries in the world, that the scientific, the very fact that I'm talking to you through this machine is proof of the success of Enlightenment. So for many Jews, the Enlightenment was a solution to so many problems in the Jewish world, both in terms of the inner backwardness of the Jewish world, which they thought to be a superstitious world ruled by elite dynastic rulers who divine the will of God, who knows how they figure these things out, and they believe in werewolves and vampires, and they believe in all this stuff and Kabbalah. Many Jews were very disenfranchised with that and wanted to rush into the role of the Enlightenment, and they did. They did. In fact, for the Jewish folks here, I imagine for many of the Jewish folks in this class are the children of the great-great-great-grandchildren of the Maskilim, of the Enlightenment folks. Because the Enlightenment was very, very successful, for better and for worse. So what ends up happening is that this new kind of rational Judaism, the integration of Enlightenment values with Judaism became incredibly polarizing. We also, again for the Jewish folks in the room, we live in an incredibly easy world compared to our ancestors. Because in many ways we can adapt both worlds. We can be religious and we can be in the Enlightenment somehow. Well, there was no middle ground in the 18th century. Either you jump ship and you join the Enlightenment camp, or you stay behind the shtetls and you stay in the world of the pre-Enlightenment, or the traditional world, I suppose one could say. And so, in the traditional world, they realized how much of a threat this was. They were terrified of this, and they doubled down on the traditional aspects of the world. And so, in many ways, both Enlightenment Judaism and Saredi Judaism, that is to say, the black hat, Orthodox Judaism that we recognize now, are both actually creations of the Enlightenment. So I know that sometimes Haredi folks like to pretend as if they're the legitimate continuers, inheritors of a discrete, continuous line of Judaism reaching all the way back to Moses. And if you ask them, Moses wore a black hat and spoke Yiddish. But I guarantee you he didn't. The reality of the modern Judaism is at some level, all of it is a response to the Haskalah. It's all a response. Either you double down on tradition and you retreat it into the world of the dynastic world, of the Hasidic world, or the Lippish world, or you drift it off into the secular world and you try to make it go at either becoming assimilated or you try to balance out the assimilation was the largest, the earliest movement. So what we have here basically is a choice between some level of assimilation, right? As much as those countries that allow you to assimilate, whether it's the French or the Germans, and as you know from the terrifying history of how this will go, fail assimilation ultimately was a failed strategy to not protect Jews in the end. And neither did God, by the way. It wasn't like majority people were protected when the first commandments rolled in. And so what we have is a dualistic, a polarized world by the 1700s in which there are Haskalah Jews and then there are traditional Jews. The world becomes polarized, becomes increasingly polarized. Now, That's not to say that Kabbalah stops. If all the kinds of things that have not stopped the Kabbalah hasn't stopped them, whether it was the Crusades or the Baptist B event or whatever pogroms would stop the Kabbalah, well, this whole Enlightenment thing didn't stop it either. And so many of the traditional centers of Judaism in the medieval or in the early modern world, they continued to produce Kabbalah as if nothing was going on. For them, they may have not even known. And so, especially in the Hasidic world, there is a huge outpouring of literature. This is a time period where the folks in the Chabad movement, who I'm sure many folks that I come in contact with, they began very rigorously developing their movement. Also, it's worth pointing out that the Chabad movement becomes sort of the intellectual center in many ways of the Hasidic movement. They become much more interested in the world of the mind and the world of the intellect as opposed to just the world of the emotions. And so the Chabad movement actually becomes much more of a rigorous system of Hasidic philosophy as opposed to just singing songs and happy or whatever. So this is a period of people like Rabbi Nachman of Breslov, which I imagine most folks have heard of. Nachman of Breslov, probably one of the most famous Rebbes of this time period. He's of course known for his deep spiritual reflections and his existential torment experiences. He was a person of great highs and great lows. I guess most historical people who we end up remembering are kind of manic depressive in this way, and so Rabbi Nachman is known for this extreme joy, extreme sorrow he was capable of feeling, and ultimately he's going to give rise to the neo-Hasidic movement, which we'll talk about in a minute, but also the Nanach movement, which I imagine if you've ever spent time in Israel, you will at some point encounter some Nanach guys which tend to smell as pious as they are. They wear the knit cap with Nanach written on it. They listen to techno music and dance around. They're generally, I would correct me, pious to a fault. Something. So those guys are out there and they're a big deal in the neo-Hasidic world. Of course, also at this time period, probably one of the most important modern Jewish philosophers and mystics is also writing. This is a Rav called Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, who's probably the greatest traditional Jewish mind of the early modern period. And Luzzatto wrote a mountain of stuff. It's really, I mean, I was looking over some of it today and I was like, my God, this guy wrote 50 books. I mean, I've probably read one or two of them. He wrote 50-something books. They're enormously huge output. But the Ramchal is known as a young man for having had a spiritual experience where he had a Magi, or a spiritual teacher, begin to reveal him all kinds of spiritual things. He was relatively young when this happened, and you can imagine that in the aftermath of the Shabbatai speed business, no one wanted to hear about anyone talking to the spirits anymore. And so he kind of got kicked out of Italy a little bit. He kind of got expelled from Italy, and this led him on a journey through Europe. And in his journey through Europe, he ended up writing like I said, a ton of stuff. His two most famous books are Derech Hashem, The Way of the Lord. Derech Hashem is probably the most systematic, collection or systematization of Judaism that incorporates both philosophical issues and Kabbalah into one system. Derech Hashem is a really, really great book. You can get it in Hebrew and English if you want to study it. It's a fantastic text that really does the work of combining the sort of philosophy of the day. Although the philosophy of that is a little outdated, but still a very amazing book. His other major book is a book on ethics, Masilah Yeshari, which is also just really, really great to read, and also you can get it in English too. And both these books have gone to become basically classics in the Orthodox world. There's even study sessions. They study these books over and over and over again all through the year. So Derech Hashem and Masilah Yesharim are classics of Judaism. They become classics of Judaism, and again, they incorporate Kabbalistic and non-Kabbalistic philosophical elements into one text. Again, Chaim Luzzatto is probably say he's the most important rabbi in this year. Probably the most important rabbi this year. And so, very, very important guy. Also, over in Eastern Europe, they're also continuing to do classical Kabbalah. A lot of what's happening at this point in Kabbalistic texts is a lot of systematization texts, which are trying again to systematize the Lurianic system, but also there are a lot of encyclopedic texts. They're just going through and trying to list things, describe what things are. One of the problems that comes along with more technical Kabbalah is that the Hebrew language just isn't actually that good at doing philosophy. There are a lot of technical reasons why this is. German is a far better language for doing philosophy, even than English. And Hebrew is a sort of clumsy language when it comes to doing philosophy. And it's also a bit of a clumsy language when it comes to doing Kabbalah, ironically enough. And so a lot of the technical terms in Kabbalah are very, very confusing. And a lot of what happens during this time period is the encyclopedizing of Kabbalah. And one of the more famous encyclopedias that gets written at this time is one of the books I would love to see translated. I have it downstairs, but I can read it. They have translating it beyond me. But it's the Sefer Kanaim. Sefer Kanaim is an encyclopedia of the Klipot. The Klipot, as you may remember, are the shards left over in the process of creating the world, and those shards that are left over are actually demonic. Those are the demons that sort of haunt the Lurianic world, and it's an encyclopedia of all the demons. And so we actually get a systematic account of the evil detritus left over from the creation of the world here in the 18th, 19th centuries in the Sefer Kanaim, which is a fabulous and interesting text. You can read it online. It's free. Proportionally, you guys read Hebrew translation. Now, as you probably also know, in all of this, through the 19th century, the amount of anti-Semitism in Europe doesn't go away. Anti-Semitism has always been there in Europe. There's always been European anti-Semitism. Well, the anti-Semitism gets a new added dimension. As you might imagine, as Jews become more and more part of secular civil society, there's also anti-Semitism that emerges at the level of discrimination of Jews in secular civil society. Of course, the most famous and infamous example of this is the Dreyfus Affair in the 19th century in France. And so, with this uptick in anti-Semitism and the ongoing reality of anti-Semitism, there's sort of three distinct ideas basically about what to do about it. One idea is the traditional idea: double down on being pious and God will protect you. It's been a going theory for many thousands of years, but that theory no one's given up on yet. So one is double down on being pious and God will protect you. The other theory is that at some level you just need to get out of Europe. Europe is just a death trap. We've been living in Europe now for 1,000 years, and for 1,000 years, it's just been a nightmare. It's been pogrom after crusade, after blood libel, after witch hunt, after whatever. It's just that the Europeans are never going to accept us, and at some level, eventually they're going to try to kill us all. It's just a matter of time. It turns out they were right. So what do? You leave. You leave Europe. So you pack your bags and you leave Europe. And in the mid-19th century, that idea takes the form of secular Zionism. This is where Haskalah Jews, enlightened Jews, decide as a group that the situation in Europe is basically untenable, so we need to leave. And this is the emergence, of course, of very, very nascent Zionism. Now, two things that are worth noting here about really early Zionism is that it was entirely a secular movement at first. In fact, it didn't really get to have much religious backing until the mid-20th century, frankly. And so Zionism was a secular, largely socialist movement, although not all of it was socialist, not all of it was socialist in the way we recognize it now. And that movement, while it did accept some messianic themes, and it was sort of, apocalyptic in its narrative and in its way it talked about the world, it wasn't really informed by Kabbalah. But I think that it was informed. If you read a lot of the language of the early Zionists, you will see a lot of the exile redemption language. You will see a lot of language that is coming in from the Kabbalah, although I think it's mostly through socialized motives, right? So, let me make that more clear, put a finer point on it. The Zionist movement early on was never influenced by Kabbalah directly, although I think that there is some messianic and some Kabbalistic ideas that have reached into Zionism, mostly because of sort of socialized motives, because of Jews, and they've been raised on a diet of Kabbalah and forth. So that's one part of it. The other part of it with the Zionist movement is that, from a religious perspective, it was completely remote. It was a completely an Avera. The religious world rejected Zionism very early on. And when I say the religious world rejected Zionism, most of the religious world still rejects Zionism. It still says Zionism is a toxic ideology that is harmful to Palestinians, and it is irreligious. It's blasphemous. It's straight up heresy. And so this early, even as I think the Reform movement very early on, even the Reform movement in Germany, at the very beginning of the Reform movement, they rejected Zionism in two major conferences. So even at the very far progressive end of the Jewish world, Zionism was very unpopular at the start, and it remains unpopular now just in the fraternity world. It's folks have been watching the very wonderful show Shtisel, the soap opera musically. You'll know in Shtisel, right, every time that they bring the Zionist up, Shulam's brother always says, he refers to the Zionism, he refers to Zionism as Shulam, the evil people. He always calls them Shulam, the evil people. And so this is a thing that developed early on in the response to Zionism. So it never became religious until much later. In fact, I would say that in many ways it wasn't until Rav Kook, who we'll talk about in a minute, and it certainly wasn't until I think after the 80 War that in a big way you get religious Zionism on the U.S. It's a relatively minority. The Kabbalah, of course, continues to develop, right? It's not like the Kabbalah stops. Slide. Oh yes, I was mistaken the slide. Look, there's an extra thing down here I want to talk about. I bumped this slide up. But anyway, the last thing I wanted to talk about here is that in the 19th century, what also happened in the non-Jewish world is there's sometimes what is referred to as the occult revival. The occult revival was a re-interest in occult sciences, alchemy, sort of a romantic interest in this stuff. And what you get are people like Sibley and Barrett, who are people who published the Magus. You have a bunch of people really interested in the occult again, and this sort of occult revival that occurs primarily in the 19th century also incorporates some older elements of Christian Kabbalah, and they ultimately develop a new form of Kabbalah out of Christian Kabbalah that gets referred to as the Hermetic Kabbalah. And this is a completely non-Jewish, occult-centered version of the Kabbalah, primarily used for engaging in ceremonial magic. So we have elements of Freemasonry being combined with elements of Renaissance magic, and then that being fused together with some elements of Kabbalah, and that develops what we now refer to as the Hermetic Kabbalah, which is another third branch of Kabbalah that is developed. There's Jewish Kabbalah with a K, there is Christian Kabbalah with a C, and now this develops eventually in the early 19th century, 20th century, into Hermetic Kabbalah with the Q's. And these forms of Kabbalah continue into occult practice all the way to this day. So again, in the 19th century, Kabbalah undergoes another mutation, although not a Jewish mutation, but primarily in the non-Jewish world, primarily in the East, where this occult revival will take place. So the Hermetic Kabbalah is out there and it's very popular. There's a whole big world of people who spirituality is wrapped up with the very sophisticated, very complicated system of responses that the culture would refer to. So as I mentioned, right, just a minute ago, one of the other strategies, right, so we have one strategy double down being traditional, the other strategy is leave, go to Palestine or wherever, and the other strategy that I mentioned a minute ago too is assimilation. Assimilation was a very daring strategy, perhaps I think one of the more difficult. I think that many of the people who did the job of assimilating, I think, get written off as traitors or something. I think it's really unfortunate the way we talk about that generation of folks. But assimilation was the really difficult task of trying to maintain two things at once. It was trying to maintain being Jewish and also trying to maintain your identity in a world that rejected you. Trying to be German and be Jewish, whatever German Jew meant. The problem was that the Orthodox world hated Jews because they thought that he was a sellout, and the Germans never really accepted you either. And you could do anything, almost, right? I think of people like Rothschild. Rothschild was a great German philosopher whose son fought in World War I. and still got fired when the Nazis took over. They never become Jewish enough. In fact, even for the anti-Semites, for the Nazis, the more that the Jews assimilated, the more dangerous they were. They were almost hiding among them. And so there was something about this that the strategy of assimilation was always going to be at some level a losing game. But what ends up happening, at least in the academic world, is that, or at least in the religious world, rather, I should say, is that Judaism early on had to basically come to look like Lutheranism. They had to make a Judaism that looked as much like the Lutheranism of the 19th, 20th century as possible. And that movement became the Reform movement, right? Ethical monotheism. And if you look at the Lutheran movement and the early Reform movement, it is amazing how similar they are. Even the choir, it's just like the organs and stuff, right? If you've ever been to a classical Reform synagogue, the organs, the choir, and they even moved Shabbat to Sunday mornings and all kinds of stuff. They were desperately trying to fit in. And again, at one level, one way of looking at that is they're trying to sell out. But again, I think that the more that you accuse them of that, you just walk a mile in their shoes and understand how devastating the reality of anti-Semitism was at that time and how awful it would get. And at the same time, I admire them. I admire the courage it takes to try to figure out a way of being German and Jewish, or being French and Jewish in a world that you basically rejected by both sides no matter what you do. I think it's very heroic and a very difficult path to march. On the academic front, part of what had to happen to justify the viability of Judaism is to justify it to the world of the theologians. And that's the theologians largely of Lutheran theology in the mid and late 19th century, which, as you probably imagine, if you may know even, German scholarship at this time was some of the most amazing scholarship in the world when it comes to the Bible. This is a time period where critical source theory was being developed. This is a time where the Bible was being systematically studied, scientifically studied for the first time. This is where Hebrew is really getting into the manuscripts of these things. It's really a time period of enormous erudition. In fact, I would say the German biblical scholarship of 10 years probably produced more erudite scholarship than produced 30 years of what we do. It's amazing. These guys, they just knew 15 languages. They just did. That's just how they worked. They just had the whole Bible. They just had chunks of the Bible memorized. So the scholarship was very driven by Lutheran, pietist, very careful scholarship. And so what's emerging at the same time is the attitude to do the same thing in Judaism. And the attitude to do the same thing in Judaism was largely spearheaded by a group of Jewish Haskalah scholars. This movement became known as the Wissenschaftliche movement. And Raza, I beg your forgiveness if I mispronounce my German stuff as I go. So the Wissenschaftliche movement, scientific study of Jewish books, was a movement in the academic Jewish world to study Jewish literature using all the modern tools at that time of German scholarship and study of Jewish literature. And they had to make a decision about what they studied, because what they studied and what they published basically represented Judaism to the outside academic world. So, what did they study? What did they publish? Well, Talmud. They focused their energy on the Talmud. Why? Because the Talmud, for one, is a highly systematic, highly argumentative book based on logic. They can argue that Judaism is rational because the Talmud is rational. The Talmud is a book of arguments driven by logic, and therefore Judaism is logical. Right? So we have the ethical components of the Hebrew Bible, and we have the logical components of the Talmud, and therefore Judaism is respectable because it's a paragon of logic. Well, guess what isn't paired with logic? Kabbalah. So, what did the Wissenschaftler movement do? Ignored it. Basically pretended that it wasn't true. Why? Because it was embarrassing. It was superstition. It was occultism. It was nonsense, made up, fraudulent stuff. For them, the Wissenschaftler movement, Kabbalah, was embarrassment. It was back to the darkness of the Middle Ages. Because it made Jews look crazy. If you've been listening to some of the stuff I've been saying over the past 14 weeks and thinking to yourself, God, that sounds nuts. Well, it does sound nuts. And can you imagine a bunch of Jewish scholars presenting that to a bunch of erudite Lutheran scholars being like, yes, Jews? We believe that God masturbated reality. What? That's not going to fly, right? It's going to make them hate you. It's going to reinforce every negative stereotype about the Jews. The Jews are irrational. They're driven by superstition. They believe in nonsense. This chapter had to do a decision, and the decision was not Kabbalah, Talmud. And so early on, Kabbalistic literature was largely sort of a backboiler, putting it politely. And as you might know, at the same time this is happening, this is also the same time that all of the movements in Judaism are beginning to form. The Reform movement, the Conservative movement, the Masorti movement, the Reconstructionist movement begins in the early 20th century. All of the movements in modern Orthodox Judaism, all of the movements in movement Judaism, in the non-traditional Jewish world, all of them look at some level to the Mitzvah movement, and they base their Judaism at some level on the Judaism being pumped out by places like JCS, by places like German Scholarship, by places like Cincinnati, Reform Seminary. And guess what? None of those places are doing. None of them are doing Kabbalah. Why? Because it's embarrassing. They do not want to look like crazy people. So the Kabbalah is totally sidelined for 2.5, 3 generations by scholars. Completely sidelined. And it's sidelined at a decisive moment in Jewish history. What is that decisive moment? The emergence, the movements. So if you grew up in a movement, the Reform movement, the Conservative movement, if you grew up in any of the movements, their scholars were simply not being trained on Kabbalah. And because they weren't being trained on it, they couldn't teach it. And because they couldn't teach it, it was abandoned. So this is the reason why, for folks who grew up, especially for folks who are a bit older than me, if you grew up in the movement Judaism world, you never heard about Kabbalah. There's a reason why. Because the rabbis you had never learned about it. And that's because the generation before them never learned about it. The generation before them made a decision not to learn about it. And that's what happens. Effectively, Kabbalah becomes decanonized by the modern Jewish movement. Modern Judaism basically decanonized it. So the Zohar, the Sacred Yetzirah, all the literature we've talked about basically goes back on the shelf. And what comes back is Talmud, if you're lucky, but mostly Tanakh. That's the reason why you will never really see movements until recently. Studies of Kabbalah, studies of Talmud, even Talmud. I mean, for folks who grew up in the movement world, how often did you all study Talmud? How often was Talmud something that you would be encouraged to study or heard about much? Heads shaking, no. Yeah, even Talmud, right? Even Talmud was sidelined. You can imagine Talmud sidelined, sure, Zohar sidelined. So that's one part of the story. A huge part of the story is that Kabbalah didn't go away. They still did Kabbalah, study Kabbalah in the traditional world. It did the progressive world, I should say. It was decanonized, powerful. It's only now lifting back into canonization. And I think it needs to be recanonized more than that. Of course, the other thing that happens at this time is in the mid-20th century, there's no way to avoid the elephant in the room. Of course, the Holocaust. The Holocaust devastated, obviously, European Jewry, but in terms of Kabbalah, it really devastated the Hasidic world. And the reason why it devastated the Hasidic world, as you might imagine, is the Hasidic Jews live basically in these very tight-knit social networks. They are distinctively dressed. They look very Jewish. They pay us. They dress like Jews. Targeting them was the easiest thing in the world. They all live in the same shtetls and ghettos. So liquidating them, killing them, putting them on these cattle farms is very, very easy for the Nazis. So the Hasidic world was incredibly destroyed in the Holocaust. I think proportionately, and Ron would be the better expert at this than I would be, that the Hasidic world suffered apocalyptic levels of devastation in the Holocaust just because they were basically sitting ducks. And also their theology prevented them from leaving. So many of them, because they rejected Zionism, did not try to flee to Palestine. They thought it was religiously provoked to flee to Palestine because they were also tied to their Rebbe. They also didn't want to get to Italy. right? They were tied to this person. And so if the Rebbe didn't leave, they didn't. And, lastly, right, the part. When the Einsatzgruppe moves in, they're there. They're living in that. They're living in that shtetl, and they're there with that Rebbe. It doesn't take but an afternoon of a really blackout drunk group of Einsatzgruppe to do the deed, to basically eliminate an entire Hasidic dynasty. And Sassachal, that happened. It happened over and over and over again in Eastern Europe, especially Hungary, was especially happening. I think 1 in 4 Satmar were killed or something like that. In the Holocaust, it's just a devastating apocalyptic story. And as you know, the only people keeping the light on at this time, in many ways, for Kabbalah are the Hasidic people. It's the people in Eastern Europe, it's the traditional people. They're the ones keeping the lights on. And with their execution by the beasts that were the Nazis, the light goes out. The light went out. It was a devastating blow to Kabbalah. Now, luckily, our Sephardic brothers and sisters, Sephardic folks, they were still doing Kabbalah in Morocco. They're still doing Kabbalah over in Baghdad. Still doing Kabbalah in northern Africa. So it wasn't like that the devastating blow that was dealt to European Jews at the end of Kabbalah. But it is just important to say that the Hasidic movement and the European Jewry were very important centers of the development in Kabbalah, and the Holocaust profoundly destroyed some elements of that continuity. Luckily, they did survive. Many of them survived, and they would regroup. Some of them in America. And in fact, the 2 largest groups, Samar would eventually, Samar Rebbe, Teitelbaum eventually made his way out before the war, in the middle of the war, and the Babich Rebbe also made it out as well, and they refounded their Hasidic dynasties. They broke some Holy Land, real Holy Land, which is broken. So Borough Park and Crown Heights, respectively. You can go visit the Holy Land. It's just right over there in Brooklyn. You folks know this, right? That Israel is a borough of Brooklyn. The real Holy Land is over there, just around Coney Island. So the rebound, folks. The rebound. How does this all rebound? We have the Holocaust. We have the Haskalah. We have the Wissenschaftsinstitut. How did this rebound? Well, it rebounded in a couple different ways. The rebound, in many ways, began with a young maverick philologist. People forget that Gerhard Scholem, also people forget that he was Gerhard Scholem. He got Gershomized later when he made Aliyah, but Gerhard Scholem was a young maverick philologist. He studied language. That's the reason why his scholarship is so top-notch. You can read everything in the original language. And Scholem made the crazy argument that Kabbalah deserves to be academically studied. It just deserves academic. It's part of Jewish history. We need to study it. And so in the 1920s, Gerhard would do all the heavy lifting of reading basically every single Kabbalist he could get his hands on in the archives. Every single one. And being the good German scholar that he was, he did that. And unlike the Wissenschaftsinstitut movement that rejected the importance of Kabbalah, Gerhard Scholem argued convincingly that there simply was no Judaism without Kabbalah. You couldn't imagine Judaism without it. Judaism was just as important, or Kabbalah was just as important to Judaism as Talmud, as anything else. So Scholem argued over the time that Kabbalah had to be reintegrated both academically and historically into the history and thinking about what Judaism was. And this was by no means easy, folks. When Scholem, who was already an established scholar at the time, was invited to speak at JTS, give a lecture at JTS, the Jewish Theological Seminary there in New York, when he was allowed to speak, the justification for him being able to speak was that, look, the Kabbalah is nonsense, right? Kabbalah is Narishkeit. Kabbalah is nonsense, but, right? Narishkeit is Narishkeit. Aber the Geschichte des Narishkeit, das ist Wissenschaft. Right? Nonsense is nonsense. But the history of nonsense is science. So Kabbalah is nonsense. But the history of Kabbalah is science. It's worth studying as historical information, but God forbid anyone be a Kabbalist. That's ridiculous. That, by the way, was coming from the most famous progressive Talmud scholar in 20th century history, Saul Lieberman, probably the most important one of the most important Talmud scholars of the early 20th century, the Talmud professor at JTS, basically invented modern sort of some quasi-secular Talmud education. Saul Lieberman. That's how Sholem was introduced. Can you imagine being introduced at the JTS by basically saying, yeah, what you study is nonsense, but because you study it as history, that's something we used to do. It's legitimate. But God forbid anyone actually believes in God. That's completely crazy. So Sholem really had to walk an uphill battle. He fought an uphill battle the entire time to get legitimacy for what he was doing, which is unimaginable now, considering that Kabbalah is so legitimate, so mainstream. But Sholem had to fight that battle in many ways on his own. Luckily, he was a very capable scholar, and he was able to do it. Sholem brought with him an army of students. He attracted a great deal of students from like Moshe Dell and Don, other folks who've gone on to become themselves leading scholars in the world of Kabbalah. His students were also perfectly willing to criticize him, and they did. They made careers criticizing him. Folks like Moshe Dell really showed how important Sholem was, and also how incomplete Sholem was. And we have a whole new generation of scholars and Hebrew thieves and Zaki Weiss and all kinds of stuff. Bernie Burroughs is a huge group of scholars that blow my mind with every book that they write. And so the academic study of Kabbalah is like, it is now totally legit if you want to study Kabbalah in college. You can take an academic level Kabbalah class, and no one's going to bat an eye. Sure, part of Jewish history. At the same time, there is an emerging, relatively small movement of religious Zionism led by Rabbi. And he would eventually give rise to Judaism as we know it, although Rabbi was terribly influenced by, was a huge Kabbalist, but certainly a lot of the Lurian themes of exile and redemption will play a part in the rise of Zionism. The most important, I think, Kabbalists that come really in the early to mid 20th century would be Rabbi Yehuda Ashlag, the Baal HaSulam, the master of the ladder. In the Baal HaSulam would make Aliyah in Israel, and he would compose two incredibly influential works. The most important, I think, is his commentary on the Zohar, the text that took, I think, 10 years to write, called HaSulam, the ladder. And this is both an introduction to the Zohar, but also a commentary on the Zohar. And he translated Zohar out of crazy Aramaic that it's in into a very modern Hebrew to make it accessible to a whole generation of people who otherwise would not be able to read it in the original Aramaic, but also basically modern Hebrew, modern Lashon Kodesh Hebrew. And so it's much more accessible in modern Hebrew. So many people who read Zohar now in the Orthodox world, and also many people who study Isaac Luria are going to study many of his ideas in some level through the lens of Rabbi Yehuda Ashlag, who also developed his own sort of like interesting communist theory. There's, in fact, I think a kibbutz that's based on some of his ideals in northern Israel in Calvinism. So Yehuda Ashlag becomes very important. I think probably the most important character in all this. Another character that I don't mention in this that I can't believe I left out, of course, is Rabbi Schneerson, blessed memory. Schneerson, of course, was head of the Chabad Lubavitch movement, and what's important to know about him is that he became one of the most important founders of the Kiruv movement, that is to say, the outreach movement among Orthodox Jews and Hasidic Jews. So if you've ever been to a Chabad house, Rabbi sent someone to pick one, basically, at least most of them. And Menachem Schneerson founded this enormous Kiruv network of the Chabad movement, and he was a hugely important figure in the history of 20th century Judaism. It's really hard to downplay all the really important things that he did. But one of the things he's supposed to mention here that's important and that will be important going into 21st century Judaism is that when he died in the 90s, it was already believed in his lifetime that he was the Messiah, and then when he died, people really began to believe he was the Messiah. And so there is a movement in the Chabad world. Not a super big movement. I don't think it's as big as it was in the late 90s. It seems to be mostly localized to Brooklyn and Israel, especially in Bar Chabad, where they believe he's the Messiah. Also, I have a so I have, so at any rate, the Nasa missionaries he was believed to be the Messiah, and I studied briefly at a Chabad yeshiva, and I definitely met people who believed that he was not only not dead, but that he had been taken into heaven somehow bodily, and that he was going to return really soon, and that it really his return would be heralded by Jews adopting more Torah, and that basically he was kind of occluded, and his occultation would come to an end, and the Rebbe would reappear as the King Messiah. Of course, you can still go to Crown Heights, you can still go to Brooklyn, and you can still see Crown. So images of the Rebbe's flag, which has the Egyptian yellow with a crown that says Mashiach on the side. So there's this huge messianic movement, which again could be a whole class to itself, inside of the Chabad movement, where they do believe that their late leader is the Messiah. This is causing some serious problems in the Chabad movement because it is such a movement based on outreach. Although in my experience and what I've been told by folks who've grown up in it, is that largely the kind of people that messianic stuff appeals to are typically people like Paul Shuvas who convert back to Orthodox Judaism, and younger people, and most of the more established in the world doesn't have those science stuff. Although I think they do still control 7-7 as the main space. So the Chabad has this messianic movement going on, which is super weird and confusing. For the folks who are in Michigan who are hanging out with me in class, you probably have never heard about this or heard about it briefly because the Shem family, which is a larger Chabad family here in Michigan, is a very old Chabad family. They were sent here as emissaries by the Rebbe way back in the 70s or 80s, something like that. But they were the leading force ways of the anti-messianism. They really thought the messianism was dangerous. And the Shem family was very powerful here, at least in Michigan, has never been on the messianic camp. And I don't think the messianic camp has ever gotten a foothold in the Metro Detroit area when it comes to that stuff. It's different other places, but I don't think that the messianic camp has ever gotten a foothold. But go to Brooklyn, go to 7-7. All right, the last two things I guess I'll mention. Mount Boss is derived from the Neo-Hasidic movement. As folks know, the Neo-Hasidic movement was pioneered by folks like Martin Buber, came out of the Hasidic world, a lot of knowledge is not the right word, but wanted to sort of modernize and expand the Hasidic movement outside of the dynastic structure. And so many of the tales of the Hasidim and a lot of this kind of Hasidic spirituality became sort of exported out of the Hasidic world and then exported into the modern Orthodox world and the conservative world especially, and the Reconstructionist world most recently, and so the Tabarabas of the 1970s. This is a period of Krauboff and stuff like that, folks who grew up with Krauboff at the time. And so it's in that world that we have the rise of what might be called the Neo-Hasidic movement, and this movement has proven to be extraordinarily popular in the Jewish world, and there are great luminaries in the Neo-Hasidic world, folks who recently passed away like Rabbi Shlomi, and Art Green, who was one of Alana's teachers actually in Hebrew College. He's probably the premier Neo-Hasidic leader in the world right now. He's really funny at Purim, and I got to have a few drinks together and talk about Kabbalah briefly. I feel it's a great honor to be able to hang out with one of the Gaons of the Neo-Hasidic movement. And so I got to spend some time with Art Green, also with Alana. So the Neo-Hasidic movement is alive and well, and I think it's a movement that it's actually growing in popularity. And with folks like Joe Weisenberg and other groups of folks who are really channeling sort of Hasidic ideas into music, that I think is the last thing I'll mention, and this is the thing I imagine some folks already know, is of course mainstream pop culture Kabbalah. The Kabbalah Center led by Rabbi Berg, which has received a lot of criticism, but whenever I think that it's a legit form of Kabbalah as much as anything else is, at least from an academic perspective. The Kabbalah Center
It's they have outfits all over the world. It's sort of the franchises kind of, and they teach a very specific kind of Kabbalah that is tailored toward celebrities, basically. Now there are non-celebrities that get into it. It's a form of sort of kind of new age meets traditional Kabbalah, but this is made famous by folks like Madonna, and I think Britney Spears was into it for a while, which I think even Britney Spears has a Hebrew tattoo on the back of her neck, some kind of Kabbalistic tattoo. I don't know, whatever sense Kabbalistic tattoos make, but you go, Britney. I think she's from Mississippi, so I think we're home state people. So good, me and Britney go back. So people like Britney Spears and Madonna have also embraced. I think she's from Mississippi, so I think we're home state
Louisiana,
people.
dude.
So good, me and Britney go back.
Come on. Yeah, I know that.
So people like Britney Spears and Madonna also embraced Kabbalah in a very profound way, and apparently I think Madonna quit doing concerts on Friday night because of her commitment to certain kinds of Kabbalistic beliefs. But, I think that the material girl's from here, right? She's from Bay City. Madonna's from Bay City. So the material girl's from here. So,
Oh, she is from
we have
Mississippi.
Rabbi Madonna, who has gone on to become influenced very heavily by Kabbalah and some of what her spirituality algorithms. She never converted to Judaism. And there are many other people who've been influenced by the Kabbalah Center. Now, the Kabbalah Center is very polarizing. It's very controversial, and we've gotten some trouble with money stuff, unsurprisingly. A religious organization can get involved with celebrities and get in trouble for money stuff. Could you believe that? So the Kabbalah, in many ways, in the 1990s and 2000s, really went pop culture, with a lot of pop culture folks, musicians, and other folks becoming really influenced by Kabbalistic ideas, because that is becoming very mainstream, right? Very mainstream. Focus. Kabbalah Chai. It's gonna live. Kabbalah is gonna survive us all. It's back. The Kabbalah had gone through a couple thousand years, 1,000 years now of turns and twists and messiahs, and dead messiahs, and apostate messiahs, a mountain of books and commentaries. It's really gone through, I think, almost every kind of travail a religion can go through, a philosophy can go through. No philosophy that I can think of has gone through this much. Platonism or communism or whatever. Kabbalah has gone through so much, and it's had to transform and adapt itself. And when I think about the Kabbalah, that I'm very happy and very glad to be alive now, because we're now living in, at some level, the golden age of Kabbalistic literature. More Kabbalistic literature is available to me than anyone else in history when it comes to accessible information. More Kabbalistic teachers are available. Secular Kabbalistic education is available. A class like this is a completely secular academic class on Kabbalah. Also, you can go to dozens of teachers in Kabbalah to become a Kabbalist. And Kabbalah is accessible to people who've never accessible before. Women, LGBTQ folks. It's accessible in a way that it never was before. And so I say that Kabbalah lives, Kabbalah will live, because we're living in an age where the Kabbalah has finally been able to, at some level, withhold its secrets. You have to work hard to become a Kabbalist. You learn Hebrew, learn Aramaic, you have to move to Israel, you have to move to Brooklyn. You have to do a lot of heavy lifting if you really want to get into Kabbalah. But you can. It's there. So much of it is on the internet. Right? So much of it you get via interlibrary loan. You can go buy books right there on Amazon and learn the secrets of the Kabbalah that would have been utterly inaccessible to 99% of the Jewish population most of history. And there they are, immediately available. Even English translations of things like the Zohar, or the Pritzker edition of the Zohar, massive 12-volume Pritzker edition. There was no standard English translation of the Zohar prior to that, not really. And now, for the first time in history, we have access to all 12 volumes of the Zohar. And new things are coming out every day. So we're living in a golden age. Study of Kabbalah, and we're living in a golden age for those who want to be Kabbalists. And I have to say that I'm really happy, and I feel really blessed, and I feel really grateful that all of you have decided to come along with me on this 14-week journey through the history of Kabbalah, because I feel very lucky that I have the privilege and the honor to be able to learn about Kabbalah and share what little I know, and to know that there are people interested in learning about Kabbalah and learning what little I know. And so I just want to thank all of you who hung out with me over the course course of the past 14 weeks to learn some Kabbalah together and to learn about Kabbalah and learn that this tradition is beautiful and strange and science fiction, just all over the place, weird and wonderful. And so I just want to express my deep gratitude for everyone who's dropped in for a class or stayed for all 14 weeks, whatever. I'm just really grateful and really blessed. So really thankful for everyone who's had the time, who's taken the time to learn some Kabbalah with me and given me the opportunity to learn more about Kabbalah in preparation of this class. So that's it. Thank you. Thank you. Honor and privilege to be able to learn this class. And I look forward to learning with all of you soon. Kabbalah or Kabbalah or not, Kabbalah to do it so hard. It's like my secret desire to do a big Zohar class. Both study Zohar and also study without from have imagine kind of a class that would be structured like a science class where you have the lecture in the lab. The lecture would be like this, and then we have a lab. The lab would be like studying the Zohar, studying it. So I imagine that's my dream gig is a lecture lab class, Zohar lab. I have to say it's a little more exciting to me than going to a chemistry lab. So it's just goes up with that. So anyway, folks, that's the update here. You all, I guess again, I'll just end with saying thank you. And so happy that folks are along with me on this journey. It doesn't end here. I would definitely say that. Like I said, we're not ending with the end of Kabbalah. We're ending with dot. Because Kabbalah is going to outlive us all. Welcome back. Thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is
Appreciate it. You're fine. Go fuck yourself.
I'm still waiting. Okay, you got to sit right now. That's it. Get it first. Okay. Oh my God.
John Matthew Michael Rothschild.
He's not here.
They gotta yell at me.
I'm not. I just said he's not here.
Nice to see you in a while.
Yeah, he's away from his PC right now. Probably have to come back later. Or wait, I guess.
What's your name? What's your name?
Mr. Aquarius.
Hello?
Yeah.
What's your name?
His name is Anonymous.
Your name is Nameless?
Me?
No, I guess Remote.
Oh yeah, that's his name, Remote.
Okay.
What up, Mr. Aquarius?
Remote, hi Remote.
Hello, John. I see him now.
What up, what up? How are you?
Hey, buddy.
What's good?
Okay.
Oh, you're going in and out, Mr. Aquarius.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Can y'all hear Rabbi?
I don't hear Rabbi talking.
Yo, dog. I'm here.
He's at his
Yo, dog. I'm
he's
here.
at his computer, but I don't hear him.
Can you not hear me?
He's waving though. I
Oh,
just saw
okay.
him waving, but
Just
I
hold
can't
on.
hear. Maybe
Miss Aquarius, can you hear me?
One, two, three.
Yo, how are you? No,
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
I still can't hear myself.
Testing,
oh, yeah,
1, 2, 3.
we can hear you.
Oh, okay, great.
Now
All
I
right,
can hear Rabbi.
all right, Miss Aquarius, can you hear me? Miss Aquarius.
Okay, he's breaking in and out, JC. Jay can't hear himself. When he's breaking up, JC.
Okay, I'm gonna restart.
Oh, it's
I'm
probably like
I'm gonna restart my
his
computer.
video's fine though. It's moving. It's moving clearly.
Can you all hear me now?
Yes.
Excellent. Miss Aquarius, 25 days. Miss Aquarius, did you hear me? I still am having issues.
How are you?
I think I'm still having issues with this computer. Just a moment.
Jesky!
Miss Aquarius, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. 25 days till the wedding.
See, I told you, Jesky. 25 days till my best friend Stacy's wedding.
Oh, good. Nice.
Yay!
Congratulations.
Well,
yeah, congratulations to her.
And that's for midnight on the day, and because it's really on the 26th, so it should be pretty close to 26. But like, I think that my countdown timer, frankly, I think it should be 26 days, but because it just does it to the mid. It's like, here's what the exact number is. I say 25 days, but it's really 25 days, 7 hours, 11 minutes, 54 seconds until Sunday, April 26th, 2026. That's when it is, right, Mr. Aquarius? April 26th?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. I'm so happy for her.
Mr. Aquarius, how was your day?
Ski. You did a good job.
Miss Aquarius, how was your day?
Good, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah. We hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, you going? Hold on. Let me see if I hear you.
Is she cutting in and out?
Hello? Yeah, she cut.
I don't
Yeah,
know why I'm cutting in and out. I don't know why.
Like,
It's
now you're good.
You're good now.
Now I can hear
Okay.
you.
Okay, so how was
I
your?
don't know why I'm cutting in and out. I don't know what's wrong with it.
No idea. How was your day?
It was good. How was your day?
So far, so good. Thankfully.
That's good.
Miss Aquarius, I know it's a little early, but do you want to play?
I can't play right now, Rabbi. I'm ironing. Then I got in about, what, 10 minutes maybe? I gotta go and take a bath. My water in the faucet in my tub something's wrong with it again. So I have to use my auntie's shower. So in a little bit, I don't want to do it too late. So if you could wait, if you don't have nothing else to do, how
Absolutely.
about a little bit after 8, maybe 8:20? If you ain't nothing to do, my time, then I can play with you.
8:20 your time. So like in. No. You don't mean. Oh, 8:20 your time.
Yes, it's 7:50 my time.
Yeah, in 15 minutes.
Yeah, because I gotta go take a bath.
It's gonna take longer than that to take a bath, won't it?
Take a shower.
Oh, okay.
Well, then what about 8:30? 8:30 good?
Yeah. That's fine.
Okay, 8:30 good. Okay. Now at 8 o'clock, I'm gonna go down there in a minute. She should be done with her exercise. She said I can come down at 8.
Okie doke.
So at 8:30 it's good, right? It should be all settled.
I will be patient for you, whatever it takes.
Okay. Jessica, can I have that monitor right there with all the different colors?
Oh, the bottom right. Well, one of these days when I get rid of it, yeah, I can send it to you.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long time. I'm just messing with it.
Not too long, actually. I want to upgrade at least by next year.
But
You cut in. Yeah, you cut in and out. You said what?
I said put my name on it.
Okay. I'll be sure to remember that.
I don't know why it does that on iPhone. Why does it cut out, y'all?
Oh, it's probably. I don't think it's your connection, but I don't know. Like sometimes Discord is actually. Let me check Discord's servers. Their little Discord servers. Because sometimes they always have like a dropping calls or whatever. Server status. Discord server status. Systems are operational. I guess there's not an issue with Discord now, but sometimes they do have issues with their voice calls or whatever. That
No,
affect yeah.
Wait a minute, I don't know. It could be me. I think it could be me.
Yeah, but it won't last for long. That stuff tends to happen.
That might be the Wi-Fi. Yeah. Who knows?
Restart your phone.
Huh?
Restart your phone.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Who's ready for the best night of their lives? The undisputed #1 live podcast in the world is coming to WrestleMania.
There you go. Can you hear
Can
us?
you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we can.
Okay, am I breaking up any?
You sound good to me.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Let me get the water here. Okay. Come on. Alright, everybody's good. Everybody having a good day?
So far, so good, thankfully.
Okay. I'm gonna get a monitor just like Daysky. But I'm gonna only have one. I don't want that many.
Mr. Aquarius, did you ever clean your room?
Yeah, I just gotta see what I'm gonna do with these clothes right here. Quite cute. Then I better clear the space out.
And then you get your desk, and then you get your computer.
Yeah. Because I don't want to do nothing in my gun pack. I want it right
Gotta be a part of the show. Let me show you what I can do.
all right. Hmm. So, Rabbi, did you sleep good?
Yes, ma'am, thankfully. How about you?
I slept amazing.
Excellent.
Oh my God, it's going to let me. Yeah. What? I'm over here. What to do? This is all wet and I haven't let it air dry to the mom. Because I don't know how to hear this kid all over here. Look, all on the damn glasses and stuff. My God. Still was not spread everywhere. Okay.
So you've got a documentary about essentially about the same subject that you talked about last time you were here, the impact of microplastics and all these various endocrine disrupting chemicals that we're dealing with.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Just tell me about it.
Well, it started as a movie on plastic, and when I met Louis and he filmed me in New York about 5 years ago also, it wasn't the small study that we have today. But let me backtrack because I want to tell you something that I never told you, but it was so important to me. So you remember when I was here, you said, are you saying the toxins in the environment are threatening the survival of the human race?
Right.
And I said, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Yes.
Yes? And then you said something which changed my life. You said, why don't people know about this? Remember that?
Yes.
I went home and I thought a lot about that question. And that was what led me to create the program that I have now, Action Science Initiative, which is doing short, impactful, relatively cheap interventions to alert people to the problem and communicating this in a way that I'm hoping will reach more people than academia, where I was speaking before. Because before I talked to you, I talked to my peers in, academia and the ivory tower, at the meetings where they all went and they read the papers that we all read. But the general public didn't get this. So you really were, I have to tell you, thank you. And you were actually very influential in my life.
Well, I'm very happy to help. When I first heard about your book and I started going over the details of it and the subject matter, I was shocked. I couldn't imagine that something like this could not just have happened, but there's no large-scale effort to reverse course or to change course or to do something about it, or at least to make people aware of the impact that plastics are having on us. Let me tell you a story about a friend of mine. There's a guy named Philip Franklin Lee, who is a Michelin star chef that lives in Austin, and he has this amazing sushi restaurant, Sushi by Scratch, and great chef. Anyway, he was experiencing fatigue, like always tired, got his hormones tested, extremely low testosterone, but then got his microplastics tested, and they were off the charts. Did a series of interventions to try to clean his body out from that, stopped drinking anything out of plastic, stopped using plastic, just by whatever he did. I'm not sure if he did the plasmapheresis thing that I just did recently. His testosterone went up to 1200 with no testosterone replacement, no nothing. Just eliminating microplastics from his life over a period of time raises testosterone.
So that's fantastic, and it's what we are seeing in the film and so on. I want to just make a small point, which is microplastics and plastics and plasticizers are not identical, right?
Okay.
Right? So microplastics are a relatively newcomer to the scene because we've had plastics since 1950, right? Microplastics have been there but not recognized until relatively recently. And actually measuring them in our bodies is much harder than measuring the plasticizers, which are the chemicals that are put in plastic to give them the various properties that they have. Phthalates is one, bisphenol A is another, and so on. So there are other, and by the way, well, we'll come back to that later. So yes, we can measure those, but measuring microplastics, particularly if we're going to go into your brain, into your testicles, into a woman's placenta, obviously that's much more difficult. So they're not the same, but the microplastics, what they are is the actual pieces of plastic that carry the plasticizers along with them, so kind of piggyback on. So they do double damage because they carry the chemical arms and they also physically enter the cells, right? So you remember, I'm sure asbestos you know about, silicosis, and these were other examples of particles that went into the body and conveyed both chemical harm and physical harm, like inflammation, so on and so forth. So they're all bad, but they're not identical. And what we studied in the plastic detox, which is the film, that was, we did not study any microplastics. We studied the plasticizers. So you probably remember, I think I told you last time, well, why should you remember anyway? They're water soluble, and so they, remember that, so they go into your urine, and then they're pretty easy to measure. So I'm going to give this to you. This is a kit. Open it up. I will tell you what it is.
Learn what's inside. Looks like you peeing that.
That's right. Keep going.
More stuff in there.
Yep.
Something to send it back.
Right.
And then this looks like biohazard bag.
So put your pee in.
He doesn't kill anybody. And this is, it's got a QR code on it. Say hello to a healthier you.
So those are ways to find out ways to lower your exposure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people get these harmful chemicals from drinking coffee, hot liquids out of paper cups.
Yeah, from the paper cups that are lined with, for example, bisphenols, but the coffee itself is made in most coffee makers contain a lot of plastic also. So it comes in both the cups and in the device that's making coffee.
Metal.
That's good. Yeah.
Press. I do that at home too. I get rid of my plastic coffee machine.
Me too.
I was thinking about it. I was like, why am I pouring hot water into this plastic thing? It can't be good. Yeah, it doesn't taste as good.
You're learning.
French press tastes better anyway.
So here's my suggestion. If you're willing to do this.
I am willing to do this.
You are. Good.
Yes.
Cool. So, not hard.
Okay.
Pee in the cup. Send her in. Then my colleague Genoa and her team will analyze it for not everything in the world, but the bisphenols, the phthalates, and the parabens.
Okay.
That's what they're going to be adding pesticides soon, and that would be great to have that as well. Then, if you want to go to phase 2, I have some things here that you could swap in your kitchen, and you could go to that QR code and find out other things that you could reduce. And then, if you wanted to, we could send you another kit, and you could see if your levels changed.
Okay.
You want to do that?
I would love to do that.
Yay!
What is phase 2?
All right, Rabbi, I'll be back, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Mail you back another kit. You take your urine again, and that's it.
So that's to see if it's changed because of lifestyle changes.
That's right.
Right.
That's right. So you would be doing what the couples part of what the couples in the intervention did. The couples in the intervention also were infertile. And so we're not going to touch your fertility question, but they also, the men collected sperm, and we can do that if you want, but I don't think you may not want to talk about that on your but that's what we did in the intervention. So in the intervention, we found, this is what the intervention was. There's a company called Fellow, which is grown out of UCSF. And they're very big now. I think they have like 200,000 men in their files who have had their semen tested. Okay? And at the time they have their semen tested, they're asked, could we recontact you for research? That's one important question. And they're asked, why did you want your sperm tested? And if they say, because we're infertile or subfertile, or we're worried about our fertility, they ask, how long has it been that you've been having this problem with fertility? And if it's more than 12 months, then they're technically infertile, right? So if they said they would agree to be recontacted and they were infertile, they were potentially eligible for this intervention. You with me? So actually finding the couples that are in the film was a long process. They had to, of course, agree to be filmed. They had to have what we call, terrible word, idiopathic infertility, no known causes. So they couldn't be obese, they couldn't be smokers, they couldn't have a diagnosis, a medical diagnosis that explains. We don't want it to be unexplained. Okay? So sort of we winnowed down to what was 6 couples. One of them dropped out for personal reasons, so I won't go into that. But that's how we got those couples. But they had to be couples, by the way, and they had to be staying together for the next 3 months and not doing IVF. Okay, so that was the setup, and then the company called Million Marker that you were going to send your P to. They have an education program, and that's a lot of what they do: the testing and the education. And so all of those couples, they talked to them and said, "Tell me about what you put on your face this morning. Tell me what you washed your hands with. Tell me what you clean your counters with," and on and on and on like that, right? So they took an inventory of what the couples were doing. And then they started this educational program, which they're very good at doing for a while. Once a week, they talk to them. So how's it going? Have you changed this? What are you using now? And so on. So it was not just a one-time thing. And if you were doing this, it would be short, just like use these things maybe. But along with that, we sent them the fellow kits to collect their semen. Okay, so we had beginning, middle, and end. It was 3 months, so beginning, 6 weeks, 12 weeks. And you know why 3 months? It takes 70 days to make a sperm. So we wanted to have a turnover within the course of the intervention. So we sent them a kit, and they collected their semen at home, which is nice for guys because you don't have to go into the lab and do it there. And, it's much better at home, right?
Yeah.
And they send it in, and they figured out how to get all the parameters right, even though it's mailed. And so the couples did that. So we had, over time, levels in their body of the chemicals, semen quality, what they were doing, what they changed in their life. We had this record of everything that changed. And then finally, we saw who got pregnant. And I hope your listeners will watch The Plastic Detox. It's a movie that a lot of people love and find, really moving. And you should watch it.
Can I ask you about the coffee question? When you go to a place like, let's just say Starbucks, not to single them out, but are they using plastic with their coffee machines? Are their coffee machines made of plastic?
I don't know about any particular place except my kitchen.
I was just questioning.
I suspect that they are using plastic.
Right. So if people stop at a place like that on a regular basis on their way to work in the morning to get coffee, and they bring their own they bring their own stainless steel thermos or mug, that would eliminate some of it, but perhaps
one source.
but perhaps they're getting it actually from the coffee machine itself. Because I see when they slide those, when you see those big industrial machines, they slide those filters in. Those filters are plastic.
Yeah. Well, they probably have bisphenol in them. Yeah.
Right, it's a plastic tray. It seems like, I don't know. Yeah. But then there's paper filter in the plastic tray. And so you're getting it no matter what.
And if they use those pods, at home, Bruno, one of our guys in the film, wonderful guy, he was kind of addicted to his coffee machine, his pods. And we said, Bruno, I need to stop using those pods. No, I don't want to stop using it. But he did. And they've had 2 babies. I'm not saying that's the reason, but,
Well, there is certainly an issue. Like I said,
Rabbi,
I
what's
feel
up?
that it made a radical difference in this right now.
Rabbi,
Testosterone
what's
levels.
up,
And so
Rabbi?
this is
I'm a
probably a
huge
case with
fan.
so many Americans in
I'm
this
a
country
really...
that are dealing with infertility issues.
How old are
A
you?
big part of it is probably these plasticizers. Is that how you
Pump the chart! Pump the charts! 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 Pump them charts, bro! You gotta pump them charts, Rabbi. You gotta pump the charts. You gotta...
There's various chemicals that are endocrine disruptors that are ubiquitous in the modern world.
Yes, unfortunately.
It's crazy.
By the way, not the women. Let me say something. We didn't talk about the women last time very much, right?
Well, a little bit we did.
Little.
Yeah, we I think we did.
So the women need testosterone too, for sexual arousal and libido and so on, and muscle, and we in our one of our study for future families, I think, or maybe, yeah. We got the urine, we saw what they, how much phthalates were in their urine, and then we asked them some questions about their sexual experience. So how satisfied were they with their sexual life, and frequency, and the women who had higher levels of phthalates had less satisfaction and lower frequency. So it's not
that's why you're trying to fly out. Yes, that's why you're trying to go to jail.
My wife's friend got testosterone, so I guess she's about 50. She got a testosterone because her doctor put on low level of 3% that her response was like, it makes me horny like a book.
Okay.
A very funny thing. She said it that way.
Did you think that was a good thing?
Yeah, she enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Apparently. Allegedly. I didn't speak to her directly. But I think that's what she was saying. Like, whoa. Just whoa.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's the thing that came out of the episode that we did that shocked me the most is how little this is discussed in the mainstream. And I had not known until you brought it up, until you became a guest on the show, until I started researching it. I was stunned. Like, I couldn't believe that this was something that was so common. And so one of the things that comes up all the time is infertility with couples that are trying and they're using IVF, and it's more common now than ever before. And there's been a lot of things that a lot of factors people have attributed to that reason. A lot of them being older people that are, they put their careers aside. In their 30s, they decided now it's time to have kids. They're worried that it's too late. But listening to you talk about it, it seems like that's only one part of the issue and not the big part. The big part seems to be that we're being poisoned, and we're doing it by virtue of our modern world that we live in, where so much of your life relies on plastic. And it's very difficult for people that are so set in their ways, they have routines, they don't really understand, like, what can I do to eliminate this stuff from my life? Just having the conversation and understanding that these things are having an impact is great. But the steps that people need to take in order to eliminate these things from our life. I think that's what's really important to get out there now.
I thank you. You said it really well. Let me just give people a place to go. You go to unplasticyourlife.com. Okay, and then there's action. Then you can go to the various places in your home that you can.
It's just on plastic your life. One word. Unplastic your life.
Yeah. Let me see if I got that. Yeah. So on plasticyourlife.com, go to Action Hub, and then to protect yourself, and that'll give you lots of things to do to lower these exposures.
It's almost time for spring break, so maybe you're headed to the beach, or maybe you're taking the kids on a road trip, or maybe you're just taking some extra time for yourself. No matter what, you deserve a break and reset, and AG1 can help. AG1 is your daily health drink. Just one scoop combines your multivitamin, pre- and probiotics, superfoods, and antioxidants to help support a healthy immune system and digestion. Plus, it travels really well, so you can start working it into your routine even when you don't have a routine. Just slip a few travel packs into your luggage and have a nice flight. I've talked about AG1 for a long time. It's not just me. I know a lot of people enjoy it. It's very easy. It's very convenient, and you deserve to take care of your health. Visit drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, and for a limited time, get a bottle of omega-3 vitamin D3 K2 and an AG1 flavor sampler for free. And you're welcome to the sweet girl first subscription. That's a $111 value at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Nonstick cookware, that stuff has. Is it different?
Yeah.
Those, when you have nonstick cookware, does that have any endocrine disrupting chemicals as well?
But different ones.
Different ones? Well, which ones are those?
So those are what's called the PFAS chemicals, and it's actually not just cookware. It's anything that puts a barrier between two media, if you will. Like a rain jacket will put a barrier between the rain and your skin.
Right.
And also stain resistant, barrier with stain. And it's very, very prevalent. I mean, it's all your, it's in clothing, it's in.
I read it's in a lot of yoga tights and things along those lines.
Yes, workout clothes.
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
You think you're being healthy.
Yeah.
And you're exposing yourself to endocrine disrupting chemicals.
And uniforms, there's a book. Probably shouldn't recommend another book, but I think it's a good book. I'll just say it's called To Die For, DYE, and it's about the flight attendants' uniforms and the harms that they do because they're coated and they have a lot of PFAS because they, have to keep cleaning them, and they're not clean, right? Because there's PFAS in them. It's in sports uniforms. Sports, all the sports uniforms.
Nylon. Yeah. Is it anything with nylon? Is that what it is?
Probably, but I'm not sure. I'm not, I could refer you to somebody, but I'm not the clothing expert. But I know that they're in these things. And one of the things that is kind of scary is school uniforms. A lot of kids have school uniforms and they're loaded with it. Yeah.
Yeah, my kids used to wear a uniform every day.
Yeah.
When you say to die for, are dyes in cotton clothes also releasing?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. Dyes are very risky.
I've got to go back to being Amish.
Yeah.
Here it is. Violet.
Oh, good. Yeah.
It says, fact, there's little or no regulation of clothes or textiles we wear each day, from uniforms to fast fashion, outdoor gear, and even the face masks that have become ubiquitous in recent years. Wicker explains how we got here, what the stakes are, what all of us can do in the fight for a safe and healthy wardrobe for all. Wow.
And that's in the film. It's discussed in the film.
Okay.
A little bit. Not the major, but it's...
So, blue jeans?
Probably. I can't, speak about...
There is a river, I believe it's in China, where a series of blue jean factories exist, where the entire river is blue. It's so disgusting. Like, not blue like beautiful clean water. Blue like dye.
Dyed water.
Like, look at this. Look at that. That's the blue jean capital of the world. That's where they make a lot of blue jeans. And look at the stinky, dirty, disgusting blue dye water. That it's just that river leaking out into the ocean, which also looks polluted. You want cheap clothes, kids? This is what happens. It's so crazy. Like, look at that stuff. I mean, how many jeans are they making? And what are the, you know...
And this is a good point for me to point out that these things are affecting animals, of course. Like the animals fish in this.
Look at those African rivers as well. Yeah. Show you. Of course we do it in other places. If we did it in America, people would be aware. Canada, too.
I'm not sure.
You don't think so? We're trying. We're trying to get them aware. I mean, that's what we're doing right now, right?
Right. So, to go back to that point you raised about, reasons that people give for low testosterone or low fertility, low sperm count, and particularly this comes up for fertility. More couples are, fertility is in the toilet, right?
Yes.
That's a weird thing to say, but yeah, right.
For lack of a better. Yeah.
I mean, it used to be 5 children per couple on the average in 1960, and now it's in South Korea it's like 0.88.
Wow.
That's the worst.
Why is South Korea the worst?
I don't know. I mean, all of East Asia is very, very
South Korea's their replacement numbers are so low that they're in danger of complete population collapse.
Absolutely. And Japan is getting there, and all of that Southeast Asia. And so when there's a lot of articles about this, a lot of editorials, a lot of articles, and they make me so, Joe, they make me so mad because they say correctly that having a child at older age will do this to some extent. Not wanting to have as many children will do this to some extent, but they never mention toxics. They and so I've written editorials saying, hey, guys, we're not alone on this planet, and we're not the only species that's declining in number. And then if you look at the curve of the number of species that are declining and the rate of decline of human fertility, they're parallel. It's all about 1% per year. And so we know they're exposed, these other species. You showed it. Those fish in that water are exposed, and animals on the periphery. So I would love for everybody, when they look at these numbers of declining fertility, consider that it's not all choice.
Right.
Animals are not choosing to have their children later or to delay childbearing, right?
They have big careers. Beavers are trying to make dams. They don't have time for children.
Right, exactly. Yeah, so for me, it's not, those are good, those are explanations for sure. Obviously, when you get older, your fertility is less. Obviously, if you have a busy life and you don't have time to have children, you shouldn't have children. But the toxics matter. They matter a lot.
100%.
Yeah.
And the animals, is the issue exposure to water that has these chemicals in it because of pollution? What is causing it?
Oh, it's in the water, it's in the soil, it's in what they eat because it comes in the plants.
It gets into the plants?
Yeah, do you know that phthalates, just a little fun fact, phthalates are put in pesticides. Why would they do that? Well, because one of the things that phthalates do is they increase absorption. That's why they're in hand cream. Right? You see, you put your hand cream on, it goes in your skin, right? Phthalates help that. You have the pesticide, you want it to go into the plant, phthalates help that. So, these exposures are all over the place, and animals are getting them too. A long time ago, I don't think we talked about this, but there was a wonderful scientist who's not living anymore. His name was Luke Gillette. He lived in Florida. And he showed that alligators swimming in a lake that had a lot of runoff of pesticides. Get this, their penises were small. He measured them, and he was a big guy. He went. He had to do it at night. He went at night, wrestled them into the boat. And I have pictures of it. Took them to his lab.
Measured their penises.
They
must have been very confused when they got back up. What is this guy kicking with? What is this thing?
and they had fewer eggs.
Right.
So they were declining species. That's just a very dramatic example of if you can you put up penis size and alligator penis size? I'm just wondering.
As if you don't already Google that, Jamie. Fuck you if I know.
I asked our Perplexity this thing, and it said,
So our sponsor Perplexity said, yes, this has actually been documented in wild alligators. Males in heavily polluted lakes have, on average, smaller penises and other reproductive problems linked to hormone-disrupting chemicals. We are shrinking alligator penises, ladies and gentlemen.
And not only alligator
25% smaller penis sizes compared to males from a cleaner reference lake. Males of lower testosterone levels are around 70% lower. Abnormal relationships between hormone levels and penis growth, unlike alligators from cleaner lakes. Alligators from polluted lakes also show other reproductive issues, abnormal sex hormone patterns, altered gonads, low hatching success, various birth defects, all consistent with exposure to endocrine-disrupting contaminants, EDC, such as DDT derivatives, dieldrin, PCBs, and related compounds. Wow. So it's all endocrine disruptors from pollution. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, you would think that this would sound the alarm. Like,
this is not new. He's dead. This is old work.
Oh. And no one knows. Yeah, it's never discussed. First of all, it's not a lot of people that say, first problem on my list today, alligator penis sizes. It's a real issue. Like, you're in front of Congress, we gotta talk. Alligator penis sizes are shrinking. They kick you out of the
Actually, Lou Gillette, went to Congress and he gave a talk, and he said, every man in this room is half the man his grandfather was.
As far as testosterone levels, right?
And penis size. Well, he didn't measure that penis. But
grandfather
was making this point, and fertility and all this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it completely makes sense, but what doesn't make sense is how little attention is being paid. You would think that in a society that is, America is also facing a potential population collapse. People don't think about that, but our reproduction numbers, we're not reproducing. Yeah, they're down quite a bit, and they're not at the level that we need in order to keep our population.
It's the normal shape of the population is like this, right? Up here, not very many people, and down here, lots and lots.
And it's just terms of age, older, younger, bottom. Right.
Lots of people are living longer, but few are down here. And then what that means is the ones down here are supposed to support the ones up here.
But there's not enough of them. Right. Yeah.
So it's a huge societal problem.
Well, it's just so confusing how few people are even aware of this. We were talking, I didn't realize it had been 5 years since our last podcast, which is pretty crazy. But in that 5 years, you barely hear about it. It's occasional. People bring up certain chemicals that think are bad. Oh, avoid this. Paul Saladino was the one that showed that the paper cups that you get from a coffee shop, that if you take that paper away, what you have is essentially this plastic membrane, and that's what you're drinking your coffee out of. You're not drinking your coffee out of paper. And how terrible these things are for you. But even that, it's like people just dismiss it. The line around Starbucks is always the same. There's always people going to get their coffee. They don't think anything of it, and they're just consuming these chemicals that mess up your health, mess up your vitality, your energy levels, everything. Brain fog.
But whose responsibility is it,
Well, to talk about it, I think it's ours. It's certainly yours and mine. And we'll spread this word and more people discuss it. And I think more people need to be aware that this directly impacts you.
Like, this is not like in the future, I don't have to think about it, I'll be dead. No, it directly impacts your health, your energy levels, your vitality right now as a living human being listening to this show.
So, just to add to that,
Oh, everybody stop what you're doing. Everybody stop what you're doing. It's potential.
Yeah.
James Dean comedian Zoot. How you living, pimp?
Did you know Aaron Chen has a Netflix special that came out today called Funny Garden?
Is it amazing?
Yeah.
Did you love it?
I'm 2 minutes in.
Did you go viral?
Yeah, 50 views is viral.
Zoot, I think it's going to be 50 years till you go viral. How do you like being told that?
Nice.
Yeah,
Good.
dog.
I'll be dead. Happy.
You're not going to be dead in 50 years, dog.
Statistically, yeah.
You've already made it to 30. No, statistically, you wouldn't. As someone growing up in the Western world, you already made it past the most difficult part, which is the first year, infancy. Once you make it
Why is
past
that
it,
the hardest part?
that is the hardest part. There are more things to kill you when you're just born. So you probably, if you didn't use any life extension technology, probably could make it to age 90.
I can't say the A word on Australian, can I?
What A word? Which one?
The one where it's
Just spell it.
ABO. Starts with that. It's a baby O.
Keep spelling it.
ABO. Happens during pregnancy.
You wondering about abortion? You're wondering about abortion?
Yeah. Yeah, you can't say that on the show.
You can say abortion on the stream.
Okay. It's just some I've seen like they take it off YouTube sometimes. I don't know why.
All right. Well, I'm not too worried about that one. That's not a word I've ever gotten flagged for. All right. Well, but I'm not even including that. That doesn't come into the equation. I'm talking about like early life events, such as just things that kill children. You made it past all of that. So, you're probably looking at 85, 90 without any life extension technology. So then once you get into that, then you're looking at 120 plus. So, Zoot, are you ready to lose?
Playing a game for us.
No one knows it. You're already playing a game?
No, it's a YouTube game.
Okay. So you got 100 views?
It's like 10 if you don't find.
Did you get 100 views or 50 views?
2 views.
All right, and you were one of them, and I was probably a few of them, and Riza was a few of them. So that means maybe like 45, and that guy was probably one of them. So maybe something like 40, 45 views.
So I messaged the girl that had a crush on me in high school and she blocked me.
Are you bullshitting?
No, I'm not bullshitting.
Did you bullshit? So you messaged some chick that you knew in high school?
Yeah, she blocked me.
Oh, are you serious?
I don't care.
Hold on. What did she say?
Nothing, she just blocked me.
Or what did you say?
Fuck, I don't even know.
Zoo, what did you say?
Nothing.
Dog, you gotta tell me
Just
what
said hello.
you just said hello, and she blocked you.
Yep.
Okay. Well, maybe she's in a relationship or something.
Good for her.
I mean, I wouldn't take that too seriously. If she were in a relationship, she
I
probably.
wasn't trying to hook up with her. I wasn't trying to hook up with her. I just wanted to know how she was.
Dog, you did want to hook up with her. There's no doubt about it. And if she's in a relationship, she doesn't. Dog, whatever.
100%.
Dog, you
I
absolutely.
didn't want to hook up with her.
You.
I swear on my life, I didn't want to hook up with her.
Okay, that's fine. But if she's in a relationship, she doesn't want to have any contact with any ex friends or boyfriends or whatever, guy friends. Like, I respect that.
Not even random friends. Just someone who had a crush on me.
Oh, this girl had a crush on you?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Just kind of the reason I got bullied.
Okay, what happened?
I told you, another kid got jealous that she had a crush on me because he had a crush on her and he treated me like shit, and then he turned all his friends against me.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't take it too seriously. I mean, by this time, that was 15 years ago. She's married or has children or is in a relationship, and.
Name something that's not in a fairy tale.
And what?
Name something not in the fairy tales to fight against.
Doug, what did you say?
I'm playing a game and it's like famous to name something that not in a fairy tale fight against, and it was driving.
Okay, but to that girl, you can't take that as anything
I don't care.
that major. I mean, you told me about it, so you cared enough.
I just find it funny that I'm a dumb talker and message her. Like, oh, what do I expect?
I mean, she could have responded. You never know.
Yeah. I feel like, I probably treated her how she felt 15 years ago when I didn't say anything to her. Like, okay, you're gonna block me and nothing else. Like, I'm not gonna. I can give you the answers of why I treated you like that now, and then you just like, oh, okay, I'll block you. Sure. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Say that again, please.
She's treating me the same way I treated her 15 years ago. Not talking to me when I didn't talk to her. So, yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's fine. Again, like, she's probably either married or in a relationship by now, and I totally respect her move of just like you're basically like an ex-boyfriend. You're not, but you are. And if she's in a relationship now, she doesn't want to tempt herself. She doesn't want her ex to or her current spouse or significant other to find text messages of you guys going back and forth about high school or whatever. So just block you. But like it doesn't. It's not personal. I get that.
Okay.
I get that. I mean, she's not worried about how it's making you feel as much as she is probably in a relationship now. And she doesn't want to focus on anything but that relationship. So instead of being like, hey, Zoot, back in the day, that was some really wild times or whatever, just block them. Like, whatever. I don't want that person in my life anymore.
I don't know.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that you're like a bad person or anything. Like, it's just her um it's just her prerogative.
I don't know.
I mean, that's just a decision. Look,
It'd just be awkward.
look, Zoo. Let's put the ball in the shoe on the other foot. Let's say you were in a relationship with a girl, and some guy from high school who she used to like messages her. What would you want her to do?
She used to like it.
Yeah. You'd want her to do the same thing. Just block this guy. Get him out of your life.
Is he dying?
No, dog. Just they're like they're married and they have.
If he's not dying, then I don't give a fuck. If he's dying, then you might want to speak to her.
No, who cares? Who cares? They're married and they have children. Listen, they're married and they have children. Okay.
Oh, if he's dying,
She has to worry about. She has to worry about her job, packing a lunch, getting her kid to soccer practice, all that stuff. She doesn't have time to worry about what happened in high school 15 years ago.
It's fine. But if I had a girlfriend and someone messaged her, I would be like, well, okay. I'd be like, can she talk? Like,
Hello.
Hello, Miss Aquarius. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, Zoot. You're playing your Family Feud game. Do you want to play or no? Zoot, you got to answer faster than that.
Yeah, sure.
Hi, Zoo.
I'll tell her.
Zoot, when someone says hi to you, you need to respond. I'm not going to teach you basic social skills.
Hi, sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Okay, hi. All right, go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to look.
No, you're good, Miss Aquarius.
Win 2 games. Win 2 games of Dice Party.
Yeah, not right now, big dog.
Miss Aquarius, your ball is cool.
Thank you. It's a worker. It's a worker. Remember back in the old days.
Wicked.
Hey, Rabbi.
What's that, big dog?
Come on, Bo. Come on, Zoo. Talk and play. Talk and play.
That's right. We got time. We don't have time for that. Ain't nobody got time for this. Miss Aquarius Zoot was on a Miss Aquarius Zoot was on a podcast yesterday.
Oh, awesome.
And he did well. It was a comedy podcast. And Zoot,
yeah, look at that.
Look at that. You're gonna get it.
Look at that. Look.
Zoot, the absolute slowest bear we've ever seen.
The slowest spin you've ever seen, but it could be the strategy to get a strike.
Look at this.
Get in there.
Oh, that was garbage.
Rabbi,
what up?
Aquarius is going to get a strike here.
All right.
I wish. I hope so. Thank you for that. You too. Okay? Okay.
Yeah, if I get a strike, then I'm in a hell of a lead.
Ooh, look at that. Come on, Zoo. Strike.
Start.
Oh, no.
There goes your little.
Okay.
There goes your little strategy, big dog.
He be doing so fast. What finger is he using, Rabbi?
What?
Finger is he using?
I think it's. I think it's index finger. Dude, are you using your index finger?
Index finger and thumb.
Oh, dude, don't use multiple fingers. Just one finger. There you go, Miss Aquarius. Nice strike. There you go.
There you go.
Finally,
There you
like
go.
a normal
Good
roll.
job.
Good job.
That was terrible from us. Damn right.
You gotta use this one finger. Come on, Rabbi. Hey.
Give me it. Are you serious? Folks, are you serious? You're watching at home? You see this garbage?
What's better to use, the index finger or the thumb?
Index finger. All right.
I use my thumb.
Oh, okay. Maybe you use the thumb. Miss Aquarius uses the thumb.
Oh, there we go.
I can try the index finger, but I don't know. What's the index finger? Your finger? Like the first finger?
Your pointer.
The pointer? Oh.
Zoot, you're okay on the first one, but the second one needs some work.
Yeah. Hey, phenomenal job. I love that striker.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I don't think I can do that with the finger. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I can. Hey, okay. Okay. I'm going to try. Nope. Okay. All right, good. Let's go.
Okay.
Zoot, what finger did you use?
Index finger.
Okay, all you have to do is literally
Rabbi,
just hold on, Zoot. I'm in the middle of telling you something. All you have to do is literally just take your finger and like almost create a line to the first pin, and it will go straight.
Yeah, that's all. There you go.
It's just like you're It's like you're connecting a line to the first pin.
Oh, that's like
Good job, Rabbi. You win, we win.
That's correct. We win, you win, Aquarius.
I would have said you get 100 in a long time.
Well, I did it like.
Oh, you missed it the other day, right?
Yes, ma'am. I got 116 or something.
What's the highest score you can get? 150?
We think so. I guess it would be, okay, 10, and then plus 20 would be 30, and then plus 20 would be 50, and then plus 20 would be 70, and then plus 20.
Can you play a full game of this, like, or is this the maximum where you do?
You can play a full game. We just think it takes too long.
Yeah.
Zoot, go.
Go, Zoot, go.
Zoot, we don't care if you do well. We care if you bowl quickly. That was garbage.
That was.
You gotta take the ball and go in the middle.
Exactly. You just connect a line to the first pin. Just go to the first pin. Don't put spin on it. Just a line.
Drag it. There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
That's better.
I didn't fuck up. And Rabbi gets a strike.
Hey,
yes, sir.
Rabbi gets a strike.
Word.
I don't know what's going on with me.
And Miss Aquarius.
It's okay. It's all right.
You still got 3 cents. It's not that bad.
Nice bear.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
This is doing great. Okay, that wasn't that bad.
Just a straight line to the first pin. That's all you need.
You gotta drag it. You're not even dragging. Here. What? You gotta watch Rabbi. Watch how he drags it. See? Just drag it. You gotta drag it. I'll show you. You gotta drag it. Easy. See? You just drag the ball wherever you want it to go. Like me. So look, let's see. I'm dragging the ball, right? And I'm gonna go and I'm gonna roll it.
There you go.
I got you now. I got it now.
Zoot, I hear the confidence with which you say that. I highly doubt it. Let's see it. Okay,
There you
that's
go.
better.
Okay, pretty good.
Now I got it. I understand that.
Okay, that would have been good. I mean, if you did that every time, you'd be okay.
That was a terrible fucking shot. It wasn't a 0.
What's the terrible about? Nothing's terrible. Don't doubt yourself. Good spare.
Thank you, madam. Wow, Miss Aquarius.
That just makes perfect.
Miss Aquarius with a big, big lead.
Miss Aquarius is going to get a win.
You're going to get a win? Okay, Zoot. I hear you.
Zoot has never won.
I think they're going to get
Oh,
like
good
2.
job. Ooh. All right, Zoot, let's see it.
I know.
Strike it.
Drag it. There you go.
Not bad.
Get
Not
those
great.
4, Zoot, or 5. Ooh.
You're okay. You just got to have some kind of confidence. You got to have confidence in yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Come on, Rabbi.
How do you get rid of hair in your ear?
Another one. And another one.
An ear trimmer,
Hey,
Zoot.
Rabbi.
An ear trimmer.
Is it normal to have hair in your ear?
Yep. It acts like a filter.
Sorry?
It acts like a filter. It prevents bugs and stuff from going in
I
there.
know I wasn't going to be able to get it.
So it's a
Come
good
on,
thing.
Joe. You got this, Joe. Come on.
Yeah.
Rabbi about to get you. You better come on.
Zoot, you gotta go, big dog. Okay.
There you go. Hey, pretty good.
Thanks. This is an impossible shot.
No, it's not. Oh, get it. Oh, that was close. That was almost perfect.
What? On a roll. And another one. He is on a roll.
Next game.
Oh, Rabbi.
It's going to get
And
100.
another one. DJ Khaled.
It's 2 pins away from 100. Actually, 1
Yes, and another one. DJ Khaled.
That's right, Miss Aquarius.
Win.
You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Hey.
That's right.
5 stripes, 1 spare, only 1 fucking shitty game left.
All right,
no, you got to have some confidence. You did pretty good.
He only missed 1 pin.
So you trying to call him? No, don't do that. Everybody did an excellent job, including you. Okay?
Oh, no, saying that's the best game I've seen him play. He only missed 1 pin.
Oh, okay.
Zoot, are you ready to lose pool?
No, we're playing bowling.
No, we're not playing bowling. Bowling's done. We play bowling tomorrow night.
You know the rules.
Okay, let's play pool. Send me an invite. I'll win. 9-ball trick. 9-ball, just 9-ball. I don't know.
Zoot, you want 9-ball trick shot?
Okay.
Zoot, look at this shot. Zoot, are you proud of that shot?
Yeah, actually, I am. Do you know what?
Why is that, Zoot?
Because your shot just sucked. Can you help me?
I got a penalty.
Oh, it's trick shot. That's why you did the shot. It was like one never mind. Just go for it.
You said you wanted trick shot.
Yeah, I did. Rabbi,
What up, big dog?
if an alien said that you could go to their planet right now, and like, would you?
Scale of 0 to 10 to alien.
Scale the aliens is 2, but the planet's a 10.
Yeah, I'd go.
I would too. You know why?
Why is that, Zoot?
Because if an alien has enough advanced technology to reach Earth, then in that planet, the technology's got to be so advanced that like, imagine the advancement in technology they have over there. The only thing is, I would say, I'd come with you, but I get to choose 5 to 10 people to come with me.
Who would you choose, Zoot?
Not you.
I would want to go with you. I couldn't imagine being on a space flight with you that long. That was an amazing shot, Zoot. So, Zoot, who would you choose? Not me. I get that.
Not you.
Zoot, who would you take?
Who would I take?
That's what I asked you like 15 times.
My ex-girlfriend, she wants to go. My some of my friends from the comedy club.
Would you take Chelsea, yes or no?
No.
Would you take J. Michael, yes or no?
No.
Would you take Amos, yes or no?
No.
Would you take James McCann, yes or no?
Yeah. Yeah, why not? Actually, no, James can't have children, so fuck that. Can't deal with that. And it'd be mean, taking away from his children.
Why wouldn't you just take his kids with him?
No. Not putting up with. I'm choosing 10. I'm choosing like 10. I'll take the girl I fucked like 2 weeks ago.
That girl who looks like she's taking a picture of herself peeing?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Oh, Zoot, how did you win? Same thing, Zoot. Zoot, you're up and everybody's waiting on you. Zoot, you have 10 seconds to accept. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. 7 seconds. 6 seconds. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds.
I'm winning. Alright. Where they go? I got it.
Zoot.
The guy posted a reel with me.
Zoot, I don't care if a guy posts. Okay, and what was it?
It was the intro, basically. Are we playing Trick Shot? Why wasn't that a Trick Shot?
Maybe we aren't.
Why wasn't that a Trick Shot?
Failed to hit a trick shot. Yeah, it is trick shot, son. Zoot, are you gonna go?
I think this is a good place.
You better hit the ball.
Hey, Rabbi. Do you want to live forever?
Zoot, I want to live forever within reason.
What does that mean?
For as long as I want, but then if I don't want to do it anymore, I shouldn't have to. Zoot, what do you think of my shots, dog? What a shot to win. What a shot to win, Zoot. What a shot to win. Son.
Like, I'll put it like this.
Zoot, what did you think of my shot?
Yep. Cool. I'll put it like this. If you found out, like, why we exist and everything, all the answers to the questions you had, would you want to live?
What are you saying?
If you found out all the answers you ever wanted to know, would you want to continue on?
Yeah, perhaps.
Okay. What if the answers told you that there was something bigger somewhere else? Would you want to leave?
What does something bigger somewhere else mean? We're just going to play a normal game of 9-ball. No trick shot.
I don't know. Like, you can go to a universe where you can fly. You can't fly in this universe. Would you not want to go to a universe where you can fly?
You can fly in this universe. What about a jetpack?
No. You can fly. You can fly. Like, there's less gravity in this universe and you can fly around.
Why do you say universe?
Like, what do you mean?
Why are you saying universe? Why wouldn't you say solar system?
Because it's a different universe. You can't come back.
Okay. So what's your question?
Would you want to go somewhere where you can fly?
How hot are the chicks there?
They're the same as on Earth.
Alright, yeah, flying seems tight. Look at this shot, Zoot. That was almost the greatest shot you've ever seen in your entire life.
They're almost the same people as they are on Earth. It's a little bit like they just don't. They have the same. They have the same morals.
Zoot, that was an amazing shot. Zoot, did you know that was an amazing shot? This shot's garbage. Psych.
Hit the 4-ball, 5-ball. Hit the 5-ball.
Zoot, you're done. You're done. This game's over. You should just give up. You should just give up. Dog, this game is over.
If I hit that, get a combo shot.
Dude, no way you're gonna get this. Oh, what a shot, dude. 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 You're playing amazingly.
The next shot might be in your favor.
Yeah, it is. I'd rather have. You have 2 easy shots. Oh, Zoot is playing like a stud.
If I miss this, I'm in trouble though.
Oh, you're done if you miss this. It's over for you, son. But I'm not good at these shots. I'm not good at these shots, Zoot.
Imagine I do all the work and you win. I am so mad if you get this in. I did all the fucking work and I win.
Zoot, you have an invitation.
You have an invitation. Is 50 views in YouTube in a day normal?
What did you say?
Is 50 views on YouTube?
Doug, what are you talking about?
I said, is that good? 50 views in YouTube in a
Oh,
day.
50 views on YouTube. Good. No, it's not good. It's average.
What's good?
1,000?
Do you, how you upload it on the base channel? How many views would you get?
If I what?
Do you want Mr. Beast to upload a video of you one day?
Doug, what are you talking about?
So do you want Mr. Beast to upload a video of you one day on his channel?
I don't care about that. He'll want me to upload him on my channel.
Do you think he'd be real? Do you think he would be as big as he is now in 10 years?
He might retire. He might retire.
I think he paid 5 years ago.
You think he peaked 5 years ago? All right. Well, a lot of people don't know who he is, and definitely can't tell you what his name is. I'm surprised he hasn't been on Joe. I'm surprised he hasn't been on Joe Rogan.
He has.
Oh, he has. Okay.
It was years ago. 2022 or something. 2023. Who are you most shocked by being on Joe Rogan? Who's someone you thought you would never see on Joe Rogan? Rabbi, are you gonna go? Rabbi. Yeah, Rabbi's on the screen.
I'm here. Dude, did you see that shot?
Yeah. Got me worried. I'm not talking.
All right, big dog. Well, sometimes I have to adjust my devices. So, Jimmy Donaldson was on Joe Rogan? Zoot,
Rabbi.
Zoot.
Yeah, Jimmy Donaldson was on Jerry.
Okay, well, perhaps I missed that one because he sucks. Zoot.
You'll be in Jerry.
Yeah,
In 2 years.
I think so. The Joe Rogan experience that we do, it's going to be 24 hours long. It'll be Joe Rogan, Jamie, Shane Gillis, Joey Diaz if he's still alive, uh, Tony Hinchcliffe, Red Band, and probably Bert Kreischer and Tom Segura. And it's going to be 24 hours, like a sleepover that you would do at like a friend's house when you were like a little kid. And it'll be
Spencer Cam gonna be there?
Yeah, maybe. And it'll be his longest podcast ever. It'll be 24 hours. And we're gonna drink beer and eat pizza and play GoldenEye. You know what GoldenEye is?
Yeah.
And that's what we're gonna do. Would you watch that?
I just won.
You didn't win.
I won. I had the identical shot when I won last game.
Are you proud of that win?
I mean, you had the best shot.
Yeah, I did. Of course I did.
Wasn't that? It was a bank shot. Good bank.
Alright, I've got to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna go out and do something.
Yeah.
Your levels are lower. I don't know, but we'll find out. But both men and women who have lower fertility, on average, these are studies, there have been about 4 or 5 studies that have shown this, lower fertility and sperm count on the male side die younger. Okay? This should be of concern to everybody.
Yeah.
Your
Well,
life
it makes sense.
expectancy
You have less vitality, less energy,
and
less
the
life
things that
force.
affect your sperm, your vitality, your testosterone are also affecting. It's a canary in the coal mine, if you will, of lots of things that are going south.
Right.
At the same time.
Which completely makes sense. And this, the case of my friend Philip, all this fatigue, all these issues that he's experiencing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not just never just one thing.
Right. It is quite disturbing how uncommon these discussions are, though. That's what's crazy. You know, that this should be a huge factor. I mean, we get concerned with somebody, there's people concerned with alcohol consumption. It's a big thing, and that has had an impact. Children today, or young adults, I should say, today are consuming much less alcohol than people in the past. Cigarette smoking, we're aware, very dangerous. Much less cigarette smoking than in the past. The consumption of these endocrine disrupting chemicals is essentially the same as when we talked 5 years ago.
So I want to go back to this question I asked: is whose responsibility? So I don't think it's great for you and I to be concerned and for your listeners to be concerned, but in fact, it shouldn't be our responsibility because the drug FDA does drugs, right? Pretty good control of safety of drugs. Pretty good. Yeah. Okay, we can talk about that. But compared to chemicals in our daily products, the products we use every day, it's fantastic because the regulatory agencies are not doing the job.
Right.
Okay, and so that's why it's all out there because they're not doing the job. Here in Europe, it's much better, by the way.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, that's bad because they're going to beat us. They'll out-reproduce us. We'll go away. No more America.
We have to get people angry enough to put pressure on. There's a bill, the TSCA, Toxic Substances Control Act, which should be doing a lot of this, and I think it's coming up for revision, and maybe people can pay attention to that and read about it and, think, government should be doing this. It's not our job. It's not our job to worry about what's in our pants and what's in our this and our this and our this. And you were asking what's in denim and so on. Should we have to read up on that?
Are there dyes for jeans and clothes that are not toxic?
Yes, but as I said, this is not my area. Yeah, you gotta get. I can give your name if you want to get something on clothing, on this.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Yeah. But just because it was relatively new to my consciousness when I was, doing the film, and before that, we didn't collect data on that, unfortunately. Maybe we should do another study. Which reminds me, there is just so much work to be done, and for my program, there's so many interventions I want to do. We did this one, which great success, and now we're doing another one, and another one. But if anybody wants to help with this, it's all privately funded. The government is not going to fund this.
Right. Unfortunately.
So, Let me know if anybody comes to you and says, how can we help at all?
Well, I'm sure somebody will reach out.
Yeah.
They usually do. The thing that I would imagine would be the response to something like this was that there are so many industries that are established already that require the use of all these compounds, all these chemicals, all these endocrine disrupting chemicals, and it's just everywhere. It's everywhere in everything. They use plastic in the production of so many different things. These things are leaching into our food. They're leaching into our clothes. They're leaching into all these various products that we use that contribute to these chemicals entering into our body, disrupting that. So, like you're aware of glyphosate, I'm sure. They were trying to eliminate glyphosate from the industrial agriculture. Exactly. Well, the president passed an executive order blocking it because some enormous percent, 90-something% of all of our food, in terms of wheat, corn, all the agriculture in this country relies on glyphosate for production. And so the idea is we need poison so that we can make food, which is so crazy, especially when you consider the fact that all these other countries don't use glyphosate and feed their population. So how are they doing it? What do we need to do to get back on that track? And I had RFK Jr. in here to discuss it, and he was very crestfallen when he was explaining that there was an executive order passed and that he was working very hard to try to eliminate glyphosate. It's something that he discussed in previous meetings that he and I had. That was one of his primary concerns. Glyphosate is toxic. It's terrible. It's just completely awful for your body. Yet the use of it is ubiquitous in agriculture, industrial agriculture. And he was trying very hard to try to eliminate it. And then the government passes this executive order because in their estimation, exactly, pressure. Yeah, and this is what I worry about with. I don't want to mention any names, but there's a lot of these popular clothing brands that people wear that are, fitness, unhealthy, fitness wear. These fitness wear this clothing that you're wearing are leaching these chemicals in your body that are screwing up your health, which is so crazy. But it's so, I don't want to say it's perfect, but it sort of encapsulates how screwed up our modern life is. Yes, the paradox.
So I did a study on glyphosate. I examined our populations for glyphosate. And interestingly, they also have an effect on, remember anogenital distance?
Yes. The taint size.
The taint size.
Yes.
They influence the taint size.
Yeah.
Now, that's not, we did it in 2 studies, and there's been some animal studies. I can't say this is an established fact, but I'm just pointing out that it has very, many unforeseen consequences, none of them good. And by the way, I was asked to go to talk to RK tomorrow, but I can't because I have another meeting. But I would love to talk to him about this because this glyphosate is a big concern of mine. Yeah.
Well, you do talk to him.
Yeah, he has these roundtables and on different scientific topics. So this one is on microplastics, which is not perfect for me because I haven't measured them. But if he has one on glyphosate or pesticides, that would be a good place to start.
So hands are tied right now on the glyphosate issue momentarily. They have some non-toxic solutions. One of them is they have this new device, which is like the same way these machines pull the crops out of the ground. These machines go over the crops and zap all the non-essential crops with a laser. Non-essential plants. So weeds, I would say. So as the corn's growing or whatever else it is, they're zapping all the other stuff that's growing around it, that's sucking up all the resources, all the weeds. Yeah.
That sounds like a good step.
That's a great step.
Because it minimizes the use of pesticides.
Exactly. And I asked, does it have any residual effect on the food? He said, no. Well, that's great. But then, farmers, one of the big problems is they're already barely making money. So if you now require them to spend, X amount of dollars on some gigantic
weed zapping laser that has to cover who knows how many acres they're running these. I mean, I'm sure you're aware, but monocrop agriculture, for people who've never seen, some of these places that grow corn and wheat, you're talking about these massive pieces of land that only grow one thing, which in nature doesn't exist. So, of course, nature wants to rectify that. Nature's like, why is there only wheat here? You need weeds. And so, birds drop seeds, all these seeds fly in the wind, and then all these things grow. So you're going to have to get these machines that are capable of traveling over all of those crops and zapping out all the weeds. How much is that going to cost to people that are already struggling? Because the American farmers are barely getting by, barely, and we need them. And, the last thing we want to do is burden them with another cost. But also, the use of, especially when it comes to things like wheat, because they're using it after they harvest the wheat to dry it out quicker so it doesn't grow mold on it. That's why they're using glyphosate. So it's not even as a pesticide. It's they're using it. Yeah, they're using it as a desiccator. Yeah, and that's why so many theorized to be why so many people in this country have a problem with bread. Which makes sense.
And with their teeth.
And their teeth. Yeah, a lot of teeth problems. A lot of people complaining. But it's so weird that we're so intelligent, so informed, and now we all have supercomputers in our pockets that have access to things like Perplexity. They can answer any questions you have about anything. But yet we're being poisoned by the very food that we eat, the coffee that we drink, the clothing that we wear, the water we drink, everything. Here's a good question. Are there any good filters on a consumer level that will remove a lot of these chemicals from water that a person can buy?
I can't name any brands.
Right, but are they available?
But yes, there are. But
is it reverse osmosis? Like, what are the ones that work the best?
I'll tell you my solution in my house. Okay, that's very personal. We distill our water. So the water out of the tap goes into a big container, and then it's boiled. Steam is formed, crosses over, and the steam is condensed into another container, right?
Right.
And that has nothing in it. It removes everything. And, by the way, all germs. So that's what we've chosen. And in this thing that sits on the counter, my husband does this every other day. Kind of a nuisance, but not too bad. And water is fantastic.
Do you have to remineralize it?
You should take minerals somewhere. You can do it in the water. You can do it in your supplements. It just does remove the minerals.
Right, and that's what I've heard is the problem with drinking distilled water is it actually leaches minerals and nutrients from your own body.
That I don't believe.
No? Okay.
But the water itself has had its minerals.
Well, let's put it into perplexity. What is the issue with drinking distilled water for health purposes? And is it recommended that you add electrolytes or minerals or what have you? Because that's what. So
Zoot.
one of the things that fighters do when they're
Are you ready to lose?
I have to go out too.
No, you don't.
In about 20 minutes.
Okay, so then are you ready to lose like 4 times?
Okay.
And what game do you want to lose?
Last party?
You got it. Because you were so nice to ask that person if I could come on their podcast. I really mean it. That meant the world to me. You'll never know how much I appreciate that.
Why would you want to go on that podcast?
Because I like the questions that he asked.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that podcast.
It's amazing. Maybe the best podcast in the history. Zoot, that might be the best podcast. Zoot, that might have been the best podcast and the best podcast performance in the history of podcasting.
I would have answered a lot of questions differently.
Okay, like what?
after maybe like my biggest year stuff and like I was slow to answer a lot of questions.
Yeah, that's okay.
2, 3, 5, 6. Do I have the small straight?
No. This is a major risk. One of the biggest risks in the history of the world. Why wouldn't you go with the 5s?
Fuck.
God, you messed up.
1, 2. I need a 4, right?
Yep.
That was the worst play ever. How does it feel to be blocked? I just cut my ear.
Okay. Zoot, look at this move.
Worst move in human history.
Zoot.
No, that was the worst move in human history.
They could be giant.
Oh. This is bad.
You only get 6 for 4 ones.
This is bad. What do I do?
You just get like absolutely no points for ones.
What do I do here?
Wow.
That was terrible. Rabbi, rank my gameplay out of 10. Oh, you played like shit there too.
We're not gonna use my chops.
Did I just hit a small straight?
Yep. Get it too.
Do you think the small straight? Do you think the small straight's hard to get? Do you think the small straight's gonna be hard to get from here?
No.
Full house. I don't know if that was a good move or not. 6, 9, 11. Would you like?
Give me a 2. Give me a 2. Devastating.
Hey, Rabbi, if you could be in any location, in what historic event would you be in? If you could see any historic event throughout history, what would it be?
I would want to be in the room with you in that podcast studio.
Like, you know what historic event I would want to see?
What would you want to see, Zoot?
I'd want to be in Trump Tower on the top floor with Trump when 9/11 happened.
All right, well, I don't know if he had a view. Rockefeller Center had a view.
Rockefeller Center would be in your view?
Yeah. Zoot, are you proud of that 4 in a row? Or that 4 of a kind?
I don't know. You'd be in the room with Trump and you'd be like wondering, did he know this is gonna happen?
He was on the phone with reporters that morning, on the radio, or on television.
He must have known.
Who knows, big dog? All I know is I'm not playing very well, Zoot.
Have you seen the way I'm playing? This is the worst I've ever
I just fact checked it. I just did some fact checking, and Trump did have a view of the devastation, and it says he's been quoted multiple times as saying that he got to watch it unfold on that day.
There you go.
From Trump Tower.
There you go.
Yep. So research. That's pretty interesting. Why did you pick that time up there in that building?
They're in that building?
Yeah, why'd you pick that as your event? Why'd you go for that one?
"25 years ago, it's not a bad time period to be in."
How you living, Oz?
Oh, good. About to eat some tacos.
There you go. I've been well, thankfully.
Awesome.
I would argue most people 25 years ago had life better, life was better than it is today.
Certainly.
Inflation wasn't so high. The cost of living was affordable. The job market was better. It wasn't filled from immigration like in most countries now, Western countries. Like basic level entry jobs are filled with people from immigration because it's cheaper. Like cost of living is ridiculously high.
Are you in the UK?
I'm in Australia.
Oh man, that's been the worst, right? Like you guys' inflation has been crazy.
Inflation and the immigration.
What's the immigration problem? I'm not familiar.
We let anyone
Is it from where? Like, where do they mostly come from? Because Australia seems pretty big.
Everywhere.
Makes sense. You guys are like a refuge island that has lots of easy ways to get in, right?
Yeah. Oh, Rabbi, I might have fucked up there.
All right. Give me another 6.
In America, yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, are you guys playing a game?
Yeah.
Have you built the wall? Have they built the wall yet?
Dog, that's not happening.
It's not happening.
It's not efficient. It's not efficient.
Wait, why can't I get a free time, Rabbi? Oh wait, I already played that. That's a dumb question.
I think operation is just drones.
Do I play the 5
I think that's what
Dude, play whatever you want.
You and me would. Four times or the 5 times? I'm gonna be so mad if I get a 5 times.
What game are you guys playing?
Gosh, buddy.
It's like a.
Sounds funny.
It's like playing poker with dice.
That's cool.
You want to play a game, Oz?
I can't. I'm eating these tacos.
Okay.
But maybe when
Zoot, I'm gonna send.
finish, for sure.
Zoot, I'm sending you an invitation to pool.
Cool.
9-ball 1v1 trick shot. You ready, Zoot? Zoot was on a podcast less than 24 hours ago.
Awesome. How'd it go, Zoot? Cool.
He's in the middle of
50 views.
He's in the middle of going viral.
That video is not gonna go viral.
You said you thought it would.
I said it had the possibility.
That's true.
What was the topic? What was the topic of the podcast?
Zoot is a comedian. He was a finalist for his. Oh, Zoot, that was amazing. He was a finalist for his state's biggest comedy contest, even though
the biggest comedy contest, the biggest open mic comedy contest in Australia.
There you go. And he did it all without being funny. Isn't that something?
Rabbi, yeah, you know, I have been performing like absolute dog shit in the last couple of weeks.
I know.
You should watch some Andy Kaufman videos.
I'm just busting your balls. This guy must have told him.
You know what? Have you heard what dog shit? Have you heard what dog shit means in the community in America nowadays? Do you know what it means, like on the streets of America? It means you got that cheddar, you got that money. When you say, "I've been doing that dog shit," or "I got that dog shit on me," that means you got the money on you.
There you go.
So watch out. There's like some slang going on. Because when you said you've been performing dog shit, I'm like, you've been doing good?
Dog, you know that for the longest time, dog shit has meant terrible.
Yeah. So the Adelaide comedy scene is different from the Melbourne comedy scene. But yeah, so the Melbourne comedy scene now, like fucking arts and fucking cunts.
Why are they so mean?
Why am I so mean? Because I fucking hate Melbourne. It's full of...
No, that's not what I said. I know why you're mean. Why are the Melburnians? What do you call someone from Melbourne? Melbourneite? What do you call someone from Melbourne? Like someone from LA is an Angelino, someone from New York's a New Yorker, someone from Houston's a Houstonian. What do you call someone from Melbourne?
A dumb cunt.
All right. So why are Melbourne people not cool in your opinion?
Well, you just have a rivalry, like from South Australia. Like if you're from South Australia, you just have a rivalry of Victorian because it's this sporting culture, right? We have the AFL. That's only played basically the AFL, even though there's teams in other states, right? The AFL is primarily only played from Victoria and South Australia, right? Those two states. Hold on, really quick. You know, America's banned sports, man. It's bad for you. All that head contact back and forth. Like, we don't... It's a big poo-poo on the sports here. We don't even like it anymore. We think sports is bad.
California might make tackle football illegal.
Oh, it's coming up. Like, next week, I think. Like, it's going to be done. Like, it's over with. It should be. You shouldn't have a 5-year-old or an 8-year-old or a 12-year-old in a helmet telling them to kill someone for hours on end.
Right. But flag football will be big.
Bad.
But flag football will be big. Yeah, flag football's tight.
Yeah, and so is frisbee, like ultimate frisbee. That's another good one.
I agree.
But anything where you do head-to-head combat or use your weapon as a body should be banned. Or your body as a weapon, excuse me. I said that backwards, but you got what I meant.
Yes, sir.
I would also argue that fighting like UFC and wrestling probably have the same impacts on fighting that would like probably has the same impact like pornography has on a child's brain for fighting for if they watch like UFC or wrestling, they'll fantasize about fighting at school.
I don't know if it has the
So
same
why isn't
effect.
everybody then? Why didn't we all like tag team wrestle with Hulk Hogan then? Tell me that. Why wasn't everybody just like acting like them? Because we watched that all the time and knew that it was make believe and never wanted to fight.
Dog,
Is it because it's so real?
A lot of people did, and I feel so badly that there's this kid in Florida who is in jail for life. You remember this because he did a pile driver on his friend. They were like 10 years old, and he got life in prison, and he's still in there. He's been in there for 20 years.
Really?
Yeah.
That's sad.
Because he was just doing the wrestling moves that he saw on TV, and I totally understand that.
But yeah, I would argue like that has the same impact as like something like pornography does on a child's brain, where they start having fantasies of fighting with people they hear on TV and think it's normal.
Well, I'm just trying to say that I think there's a differential between a child watching, say, professional wrestling that is obviously staged.
Not obvious.
You know it when you're
watching it. Not obvious at all.
It's like athletic.
Not obvious at all.
No, I'm saying versus an octagon where there are like two combatants and just the way because of the moves. I'm saying, like, they're like asking to the crowd, the like, like the whole theatrics of it. I think it just has a different impact. Is all I'm saying than like the cape.
Did you ever get into a fight in school?
Yeah, more than anyone you'll probably meet or talk to.
Why did you get into fights?
Because I played a lot of football.
Dog, a funny answer would have been because being a substitute teacher is difficult.
Oh, that's great. You had to think of outcome of that one. Which fight? I mean, my very first fight, or like I could go through each one because I remember them really well, or like my best one.
We want both.
Why did you get into fight?
Yeah, I don't want to glorify my fighting.
No, we want to hear it.
If you want to hear about it.
Absolutely.
Why did you get into fight? Why did you get into fight?
So, like my very first one.
Yeah.
There's this kid named Todd. And
fuck Todd.
It was 3rd grade, and Todd kept spitting on people in class. So I walked over and punched him in the stomach when no one was looking, and he stopped spitting on people.
I had a serious similar thing. Someone spat in my face, right? So they spat chocolate milk in my face, so I went to the canteen, bought a carton of chocolate milk, and then I threw it on them.
Yeah, there you go. That's about the same thing. Yeah.
If you're gonna spit in my face and disrespect me, then I'm gonna fucking disrespect you. I'm not having that shit. And they never did it again.
Did you get in trouble?
Yeah, I just had like a substitute teacher tell me off, and I have to sit in a room and we have to talk it out for like half an hour. He was just like, I'm not gonna go spit on people's faces and filming me. But I was just like, yeah, I'm not gonna throw chocolate milk, but just don't spit on fucking people's face.
Todd and I became friends.
Then another.
So then my second after that, there's this kid named Dante Green.
Fuck Dante.
Who was the other big kid in class, because I was always the biggest kid. And me and him would have full-on fist fights from 4th grade all the way up until 7th grade.
So my next fight was. Did you get suspended for it?
No, never. It was always outside of school right afterwards. We just go settle it. Yeah, we walked back and forth. I mean, our parents didn't get home till dark. Like, yeah, it was a different time. So that was always fun. Then there's Lisa Watson in the 8th grade. That's the first time I got in trouble. This girl decided she was going to cut my hair with some scissors. And I turned around and knocked the scissors out of her hand, and I got in trouble and suspended.
Wow.
Because some girl cut my hair. And I slapped her. Her hand. I slapped her hand. Yeah. Apparently it was a hard slap in the hand.
Are you ready for the karate shot you're saying?
Zoo, you're gonna suck dick with this shot.
Those are my, I guess, my best. Well, actually, the coup de grace is when I finally got expelled. So I'm in high school, and I'm getting ready to get expelled because I'm just sick of high school. And the baseball team that is at lunch, all eating together, throws a piece of ice at my new car. And I stop my car, and I go to the back of it, and I pull out a paint grenade, one of those, like, paintball grenades that just sprays paint everywhere.
Right.
And I throw that at them. And it explodes and just hits them all with paint. Because I was big into paintballing in high school. And then they decide to run over and try and fight me. And we have a huge melee where I'm fighting, like, a group of people. And it's one of the few fights that I've actually lost, you know, because I have lost a few. And I ended up with a broken thumb, so it's not that bad. I didn't lose any teeth or anything. It was nice. It was a good end of high school. But that was my expelled from high school fight. And, yeah, that was done.
And then you did.
I mean, I don't know. I fought all through school.
And then you didn't finish high school?
Did I what?
You didn't finish high school?
No, I went directly to college.
Oh, so you'd already gotten all of the credits that you needed?
Nope. I just took the equivalency test.
Oh, the GED?
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Not a high school diploma, but just getting your high school equivalency, which is, at the time, 40 units of college credit or something, like was equivalent to a high school diploma in certain classes. Like to get, like, basically your undergraduate is equivalent to a high school. So
you basically had credit for like a quarter of your classes.
Yeah, because I started going to college for a college advanced program in junior high and then in high school. So, like, I'm on college campuses doing college class and getting college credit as well as going to school. And then I had a bad car accident, so I couldn't graduate due to credits, but I had all my college credits. So I just continued into the college path with those.
Very well. How have things been?
Yeah. Been fun. I'm excited about the future.
Okay, why is that?
So I've been on Spaces a lot lately, on X Spaces. And I've been doing, like, research of local economics. And I think we're in, like, a really good time for American jobs and new creation.
Dog, I don't know.
I also think we're going to get funded once he starts signing the money. That actually makes me feel really comfortable.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it does.
And you don't think that any of that should be passed through Congress?
Not at this point. Like, at this point, with what's available, with it's the race to who can get the AI machine first, and they're just going for it. So anything else is silly. And Elon Musk has, like, delivered his orders to Trump, and Trump is executing them because he knows he's going to win.
Win what? The AI race?
Yeah, we have to go quantum first, I guess is what I'm saying. Let me define. So to define what I'm talking about in this agenda is just purely quantum-based. It has nothing to do with other politics. So it doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat or, like, whatever, whichever country achieves quantum first is going to be superior, right? That's just what I'm saying.
Okay, and you don't think China's going to win that race?
Who?
China?
I don't think they're going to win that race. Like, that's a good question. You know, so I'm gonna start this with what every politician would say, which is that's a good question. So it gives me room to think. And like, I think China is gonna win that race? No, for 2 reasons or 3. I got a couple good reasons why I don't think they will. Yeah.
Okay, what are they?
Well, one has to do with like Edward Snowden.
Okay, what does Edward Snowden have to do with this?
Because he's a technology hacker that would have information for quantum and like end goal analytics for why you want the information to be used for a positive way without the people knowing.
He hasn't worked for a contractor in 15 years.